to all the distinguished guest participants joining our two-day Conclave 2023 that is surrounded around the urban development themes and which are related to the urban development and progress of NCR region. Amity University, Uttar Pradesh is the carrier of the vision of Honorable Founder, President Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan for nation building through education and beyond. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Chancellor Dr. Atul Chauhan, as he quotes, at Amity, we are creating centers of thought, leadership across the world, where faculty, students, scientists, and brilliant students can explore and expand the frontiers of knowledge. These core values drive the success path of Amity under the guidance of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, without whose guidance the event would not have been possible. Without further ado, I would like to welcome all our dignitaries on the stage to please proceed for the lighting of lamp and begin our event on the auspicious moment.
शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपज्योतिर्परब्रह्म दीपज्योतिर्जनार्दनः दीपो हरतु मे पापम् सन्ध्यादीपनमोऽस्तुते ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वम् ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः ओ दीपब्रह्मरूपस्त्वम् ज्योतिषां प्रभुरव्ययः आरोग्यं देहि पुत्रांश्च मतिं स्वच्छां हि मे सदा रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् रवेरस्तं समारभ्य यावत् सूर्योदयो भवेत् यस्य तिष्ठे गृहे दीपः तस्य नास्ति दरिद्रता शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरुत्वं कल्याणम्
I also welcome all the participants that are joining online since we have this conclave in the hybrid mode. So very welcome to all the online participants. We have the privilege to host our chief guest for the conclave, Shri Ajit Pai, Chairman, Delhi Urban Art Commission and Strategy Lead Partner for Government and Public Sector at EY Strategy and Transaction Group. He is a former distinguished expert at Niti Aayog, where he headed economics and finance, oversaw public disinvestment and public enterprises, also was the consultant to the vice chairperson and handled matters related to World Bank, IFC, IMF, ADB, OECD, and the G20. He has had a career in the private sector, including working internationally at firms like McKinsey, Lazard, Thomas Weisel Partners, and Stifel Financial, the latter two as the managing director of these firms. He has been awarded over 6 years a record 5 #1 Starman Awards in the Forbes Financial Times World's Best Analyst Survey for forecast accuracy. Mr. Pai holds a B.Arch from the School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and a M.Arch from the Yale School of Architecture, and also an MBA from the Yale School of Management. He attended the Yale University as a Tata Scholar and also served as a John M. Olin Fellow for Research in Markets and Regulatory Behavior. I request Professor Dr. Amit Hajela to kindly welcome our chief guest on the dais and invite him to lighten the audience with the precious words as we begin this event.
Good morning. Thank you, Niharika. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all the delegates and participants and our chief guest, Dr. Ajit Pai, to this two-day partnership conclave organized by MIT University, which is on re-envisioning Sustainable National Capital Region 2030. This is an area of significant importance to all of us and all the inhabitants in the National Capital Region. But we're very grateful to our Honorable Founder President, Sir, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, who always believes that the kind of interaction between the institution and the industry and the institutions need to be servicing the needs of the society at large is where that the institutions play a very significant role. And MIT University is always on the forefront of all such engagements as part of the social engagement and our commitment to the society and to the national mission programs. Our founder has always believed that we need to nurture talents which blend modernity with tradition. Our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, who believes that to provide education at all levels, in all disciplines of modern times, and in the futuristic and emerging frontiers of areas of knowledge, learning, and research, and to develop overall personality of our students by making them not only excellent professionals, but also good individuals with understanding and regard for human values, pride for their heritage and culture, a sense of right and wrong, and yearning for perfect to imbibe attributes of courage, conviction, and action. I think it is with this mission that MIT University continues to grow as a center of excellence and is contributing immensely to the knowledge creation in different areas and disciplines that we offer through this university and the programs offered by the institution. I am also very grateful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Balwinder Shukla, who has been giving us an amazing leadership to take the agenda of the university forward to realize the vision and mission of our Honorable Founder President. And it is under her leadership that we have been accredited by some of the top-ranked accrediting bodies across the globe. I'm glad to share with all the students that it is this year that we received re-accreditation by WASC state for 8 years, which is a unique kind of a outcome that we have received. And no institution in South Asia has received an accreditation for 8 years in a row. So we are very grateful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor for giving us that kind of leadership and probably giving us the opportunity to develop our institutions in the most appropriate manner. As you all know, that National Capital Region, the idea was conceived as early as 1951. It was in the first master plan that we started talking about the National Capital Territory. And subsequently, we went on to develop this idea of the National Capital Region. And the National Capital Planning Board was established in the year 1985. And it is where that we thought that Delhi has to decentralize. Delhi has to look into the development and creation of opportunities in various sectors of economy in the adjoining cities of Delhi. And today, from being a metropolis, it has now become a megalopolis. And truly so, it's the case for all metro cities in India, be it Calcutta or Kolkata, you may like to call it, or Mumbai or Chennai. I think they're all transforming to become megalopolis. Today, this region approximately houses some 46 billion people. However, the proposals which have been put forth by the Master Plan 2041 states that we should be restricting the National Capital Region to about 100-kilometer radius taken from Rajghat. And that's the kind of sustainable area which could be covered as part of the National Capital Region. Though the boundaries were extended as far as Jind and Bhiwani, Bharatpur, Muzaffarnagar in the previous plans. But to be very sustainable in our development and to manage it effectively, And to create these economic engines is so very critical for us to consider and to debate now. Of course, the kind of densification that we have seen, the issues of gentrification that we have again observed, where people, for reasons of economic needs, move to the peripheries of the city. So there's a very significant dynamics between the core and the periphery, where the peripheries continue to grow, densify with a lot of speculative growth. And that's where the planned interventions become very, very critical. It's important that there's a great synergy that needs to be established between these cities. And now they almost grow seamlessly. But for the critical areas where we see that there are well qualified entrances which are being celebrated by these cities, but there are far many porous entries which don't even qualify to define that the territories of two different cities. So they're almost seamlessly integrated. And this kind of synergy has to be reflected in all areas, maybe the socio-economic development, the physical development, which has to be taken forward. And we ensure that we are committed to the Sustainable Development Goals, to which India is a signatory. A lot of these have been debated and discussed, and as part of the presidency for G20, there will be a great opportunity for us to showcase our cities as centers of economic growth and also centers of excellence, and some of the finest cities to be competing with the best in the world. So I hope the 2-day deliberations in these areas would be very meaningful, very significant to our learning and to the kind of knowledge that we will generate. Probably we would be in a position to come up with some of these brilliant ideas at the end of the conference, which we could convert into a white paper and share with several government bodies for their consumption. And as a school, we look at this conclave as a partnership between various public agencies and various organizations which are working in the sector, to where the institution as Amity University becomes a partner institution to support them in their activities, in various research components, in various studies, surveys, where the academic inputs and the quantum of information and data that gets generated can be shared with these organizations, and we become an extended arm to these government bodies. So there's a great opportunity of this interaction between the institution and the industry and these public organizations. And to me, I think it's a commitment to the national mission. And that's what our founder also says, that we need to contribute towards nation building. And probably the best we can do as an institution is to be part of the system and to ensure that the objectives which have been put forth by the government and the initiative of the government, we become an extended arm to achievement of those objectives. So with that, thank you so much. It would be my proud privilege to invite Shri Ajit Pai to share some of his thoughts and experiences, his vast experience in this sector and many more sectors, financial sectors, which he has been part of. He has a tremendous contribution that he has made to the government of India and to the policy and policy research and policy making, which is significant. So we are truly privileged to have Dr. Ajit Pai with us today morning, and I would request and invite Dr. Pai to share his ideas.
Thank you for that wonderful speech, Dr. Hajela, and good morning to fellow speakers on the dais and to other participants both in the auditorium as well as online. I'm indeed delighted to be over here at Amity, speaking on a very, very important subject just before you embark on a 2-day expedition on looking at what a sustainable NCR will be like. And the reason why I'm particularly delighted is that when we have a look at the opportunity that lies before us today, it is actually tremendous. So I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but today the Delhi NCR, or what we call the Natural City of Delhi, the agglomeration, is the number 2 in the world size-wise. Very, very different from at the time at which the 1962-61 master plan was envisaged. And this decade, within the next 10 years, we can't predict exactly when, but the Delhi agglomeration, the national capital region of India, is going to land up as the largest agglomeration in the world, overtaking Tokyo, which is number one today. And why is that relevant? In 1961, we started with the master planning. We started looking at, Delhi because we thought Delhi was congested. At that point of time, Delhi was not even the largest city agglomeration in India. The largest was Calcutta, number 2 was Mumbai, and Delhi was number 3. And today, that has changed. Delhi has moved to number 1, Calcutta has grown less, and Mumbai has grown, faster than Calcutta, but slower than Delhi. And we have an order that is very different. And when we question why this happened, it is less to do with the planning. We'll talk about some of the failures in our planning system right now, which the government has recognized, but more to do with where people saw the greatest opportunity. And again, today we should look at cities not just by looking at the physical infrastructure, that's an enabler, but looking at the magnet that creates this agglomeration of individuals that attracts people from all over. And what was crowded in 1960 is still crowded in 2020, and we still talk about natural limits to the city, but it's something that we have to give close thought to. So a couple of things I want to leave you with is why and how India's economic journey has progressed, and why are the next few years, and why I'm particularly excited to be here with you in this particular context to be shaping this. And India's journey in terms of per capita GDP in 1961, when we actually announced our master plan, the per capita GDP of India relative to the rest of the world average, was about 21.5%, early 60s. After that, we fought urbanization, we tried to decentralize, we focused on fighting the forces that would allow our cities to grow. But by 1992, we had fallen to 6.5% of the world average per capita GDP. So while India grew, the rest of the world grew much faster. In early 90s, we decided to liberalize. Once we started liberalizing, we started watching India grow faster than the rest of the world. And today, in 2023, India is about 18.5% of the world average. So we are still not back to where we were in the early 60s. Now, why do we point to that? We point to that because urbanization continued, except that it wasn't planned. It was against the wishes. More than a third of our cities is occupied by what we would call people living in informal developments. And that is a sign that more people came, and our planning failed because our planning was trying to force people to do something that was not natural to them. We are not going with the natural forces. One other phenomenon that has been extremely interesting is that cities, as they got bigger and bigger, they have generated what we would call the efficiencies of agglomeration. Historically, people have thought of cities as huge consumers of energy, being dependent on the rural areas and neighbor rural areas. But what we find is that in the new world, especially with the sectoral changes, the primary sector, which is agriculture, mining, the secondary sector, which you're looking at manufacturing, and then tertiary sector, you would see that with the growth of the secondary and tertiary sectors, right now globally, the tertiary sector is growing the fastest. The efficiencies of agglomeration are extremely important in putting people in a very dense and efficient environment together. And in India, if you look at the level of urbanization of every state, and you have a look at their per capita GDP, the correlation is extremely high. And it's not so much people question the causality, whether it's just because it's urban, it's richer, it's actually an enabler. There is causality that's been established there. So at a time at which our economy has become the 5th largest economy in the world in market terms, we actually have managed that with half the urbanization of the world average. So India's urbanization, percentage of population living in urban areas, is a little over 30%. The world average is a little close to 60%. And at this point of time, the government has recognized that urbanization has been one of the biggest drags on the economy. We have been fighting it rather than embracing it. And in the past 2 years, you'd be happy to know, last year, the finance minister announced in a budget that urbanization is one of the most critical factors after we invested the prior 5 years on infrastructure, which is the biggest gap previously. Urbanization is the next big driver of growth for this country. And because of the lack of capacity in this country and the job that we have done, which we know can be improved, yes, they're going to be establishing 5 centers of excellence across the country to be focused on exactly this very problem that you have come here today to be embracing. Now, why do I say that it is an opportunity when we are behind? People think that it's a negative to be behind, that we are at half the level of urbanization in this country, that our agriculture, which is the biggest inefficiency in this country, 43% of our workforce is engaged in agriculture. In the rest of the world, in large economies, 1 or 2% of a country's workforce can feed the entire country and have excess left for export. So we have a lot of productivity that's going to come that we have been fighting so far, but we will see ourselves embracing. And all those people have to go somewhere, and a large part of them will come to cities. It is because the world has also moved from when the previous round of cities were created 100, 200 years ago. It's a different time from when London was created, when Paris was created, when all the big behemoths, when Tokyo was created. And the world has learned a lot in the past 100 years of urbanization in the developed world. So when we have an opportunity now with this massive population, rural population shifting, with this 30% moving up, maybe to the world average, maybe to even higher sometimes, you never know, depending on what happens in our rural areas, we have an opportunity to do it better. We have an opportunity to do it more integrated. We have an opportunity to do it learning from all the experiences of all the cities that have urbanized before us. So while we didn't have first mover advantage in the wave of urbanization of the modern city, which is about 200 years or 150 years old, we do have the advantage of foresight today when we know that these massive populations are coming, that we have been fighting, that are occupying a third of our metropolitan cities already in informal development. We have a lot to learn from everywhere else and incorporate it into this next wave that is going to be coming. And it is generation. It is the people in this room today that are going to be the actual arms, legs, feet, eyes, ears of this wave that is going to be happening. So I'm delighted to see the focus, especially on sustainability, on climate, things that the previous cities, the industrial cities didn't think of when they came to be focused on. So with that, I will stop. I want to just wish you all the best on this conference. It's indeed been a privilege to be here and address you. I'm hoping to see transformation, hoping to see when our cities change, that they change much better, unprecedented relative to other cities, and we have that opportunity ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us about the experience and the issues that are going around in the field. I would now request Professor Dr. Amit Hajela to please felicitate our Chief of Guest as he needs to leave for an urgent meeting. So I request the students to please give us the moment. So we are very honored and privileged that our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla, has joined her despite her poor health. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. Professor Dr. Balwinder Shukla is MTech from IIT Kharagpur and PhD from Queen's University, UK. She has over 3 decades of rich scholarly experience in industry, academia, research, and administration. With a strategic mindset and creative thinking ability, she has been one of the key team members spearheading and instrumental in the exponential growth of Amity Group engaged in higher education. Dr. Shukla has been on advisory board as well as an independent director on board of companies National Institute of Immunology, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India, Khadi Design, Council of India, and various NGOs. She is a globally acknowledged researcher and academician and has authored numerous books and presented several papers in seminars and conferences conducted nationally and internationally. Ma'am is also a recipient of numerous prestigious awards and honors and has also been recently honored with the Best Vice Chancellor Award for the year of 2022. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. We are really privileged and hope for your better health. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, our very esteemed the guests and the participants and the students. Very good morning. I, on behalf of Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, all the deans, head of institution, faculty members, extend a very warm welcome to our distinguished guests for this very important Conclave 2023 on the theme Partnership Conclave 2023 on the theme Envisioning Sustainable National Capital Region by 2030. The theme chosen by the organizing team is very apt. While we are working for the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, but the urbanization and the urban development is extremely important as the communities, the populations from the rural India are trying to move to the urban cities, which have a lot of pressure on the various urban cities and especially the national capital region. And we have seen in the last 30-40 years how the national capital region is expanding, and there was very few example in Noida. Today we have the Greater Noida, we have the East Noida, we have the Yamuna Expressway, and we have now the Jewar. The way it is expanding. So it's not only the Noida, but we see the Sonipat came in the ambit of NCR region. If we go to the west, it's not only the Gurgaon, but it's going beyond the Gurgaon. So we're seeing the national capital region is expanding day by day, and still we are finding there's always the space constraint. So how this urbanization is impacting the resources, impacting the environment, and especially when we see that in some regions we have already started finding the water crisis, the water table is going down. So what measures, while we are doing the urbanization, what measures we need to take that the no region of the national capital is adversely impacted in times to come, and the communities do not face those challenges, the difficulties which we can see. when we look at the water table, water level of the Yamuna River, that has also going down. Apart from the quality of the water, so that means that it is the sanitization, it is the water availability, it is the roads, transport, amenities, all kind of. While we are building, keeping in mind not the what is required today, but we need to look at the what is required 100 years down the line, because the cities are not developed for years or for decades. The cities are built for the centuries. And how can we look at the what kind of the transport will be required, what kind of the community will be there, what kind of the hospitals will be required, what kind of um, the schools will be required, and how can we look at those aspects when we see that even today, when the full uh, population is not there in the NCR region, whether Faridabad, we look at or Gurgaon or Noida or other areas, and we see the hours and hours of traffic jam. That means our road systems are not built to cater to the heavy traffic. So how do we really build that the public transport, which is the key to the whole community, for the moment, because if we have to reduce the rush on the roads of the cars and all those things, the public transport has to be such that the people feel comfortable using it. Recently, I was in Toronto and Vancouver, and even that Toronto is such an old city, but still we see that the public transport is such a good. The people prefer to use the public transport than they using their own vehicles. So therefore, the urban development, when we are speaking, is not only building the new city, but the kind of the amenities we require, the kind of infrastructure we require, which caters to the requirements 100 years down the line. So that means that today we see that infrastructure, which may look a very affluent, but which can cater to the needs of the turn of the century, and especially the national capital region where we have the international visitor, the highest number, where we have the embassies and all. It becomes even more important the what we show, because we have advantage that that we are the not the early movers, we are the late movers. So we learn from the uh, from the from the global cities, how did they plan those the world cities like London or New York or Tokyo, and what happened, the learning from there, and therefore the how with the latest amenities that which we call the smart cities, and how can we develop our NCR region, which can be called really the smart national capital region, and giving that amenities and facilities and infrastructure, not only to the local community or the citizens, but even to the give that experience to our visitors, the international visitors, because NCR region we have the highest number of the trade shows and exhibitions, the conferences. So therefore, the international dignitaries are always come to. So it's not only that to this NCR region to be a the world class trade center, but also how it can be the world class tourist attraction center also. So therefore, I think all the another thing which I find that the various departments when we look at, they don't work in sync with each other. And we see that the roads are digged up, every other day somebody will, would like to lay the fiber optic, the another one would like to lay the something else, and we see most of the roads are digged up, and we look at the big holes. How can that various departments work together and envision the cities, especially the national capital region, to be the smart national capital region, and which can be the attraction for the global tourism, while making it a really great international trade hub during the Amrit Kal, to make the India truly fully developed nation, where the urbanization will play a very important role. So I congratulate Dr. Amit Hajela and his entire team for working for this very important conclave. And once again, I, on behalf of Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, and entire team of Amity, extend very warm welcome to our distinguished guest speakers for the conclave. Let's work together and make this world a better place to live, and make the India fully, Atmanirbhar, as per the vision of the Prime Minister. So thank you so very much, and very warm welcome. I just want to share that I'm far better now. I've been yesterday tested COVID negative, so soon I will be back in campus. Maybe by tomorrow or day after tomorrow, I'll be back in campus.
I think a big round of applause for our Honorable Vice Chancellor. Thank you so very much, ma'am, for your words of wisdom, insight, and experiences. And we are so grateful to you that in spite of your health, you could carve out time for us to be with us today morning, and give your blessings to all the participants. And I'm sure under your leadership, the school and the university will achieve as we have almost targeted for ourselves. Thank you so very much. I'll be receiving with all humility the felicitation on your behalf, which will be forwarded to your office. Yeah.
I request Professor Dr. Charu Nangya to please felicitate VC ma'am, and Amit sir will be taking her on the behalf.
Thank you very much, Dr. Charu and Dr. Hajela.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, VC ma'am, for introducing our participants with your insights and experiences. I now invite Professor Dr. Charu Nangya, our convener for the event, to throw light on the overview of the conclave, the themes that we have across the 2 days, and kindly set the tone for this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Niharika. Good morning, everyone present here today. First of all, I, Dr. Charu Nangya, professor at Amity School of Architecture and Planning, extend a very warm welcome to all the delegates, speakers, participants to this 2 days Partnership Conclave 2023, Envisioning Sustainable National Capital Region 2030. Dear participants, as we approach the year 2030, it is crucial that we start envisioning a sustainable national capital region. The NCR, as we all know, is the heart of our country, and it's our collective responsibility to ensure that it continues to thrive for generations to come. To achieve this, we must first acknowledge the challenges that we currently face. The NCR is home to more than 30 million people, making one of the most populous regions of the world. This is high density brings with its host of issues such as traffic congestion, pollution, and strains on resources. Hence, it is imperative to understand that the urban policy and planning guidelines being framed in the next few years will shape the future of our cities for years to come. However, with the right planning and implementation, we can create a sustainable NCR that focuses on well-being of its people and the environment. With limitations of available ground space, rapid urbanization, and rapidly growing population, sustainable development is a need of hour. As urban development serves as an engine of economic growth, it is necessary to include capacity building in the spatial planning and design. Also, it is very important to focus on inclusive and synchronized planning interventions for implementing long and short-term solutions to the development authorities, also by the development authorities, urban local bodies, financial institutions, NGOs, and organizations dealing with environmental challenges. Moreover, we must ensure that our plans are inclusive and equitable. Sustainable development must be accessible to all members of the society, regardless of their background or economic status. This means ensuring that benefits of sustainable development are distributed fairly, that no one is left behind. Today, we all will have sessions, debates, and discussions on the sustainable development issues and challenges faced in Delhi NCR, and the vivid discussion on the methodology intended to help policymakers and analysts systematically assessing multiple sustainable development issues and climate change impacts. We are also eager to hear from our delegates about their ideas and innovations working for sustainability. This conclave provides a platform for deliberations for key players from different agencies dealing with urban transformation to support the ever-increasing demand and supply gap and work towards the common good of the people. The technical sessions of the conclave are designed to host the dialogues among government officials, policymakers, financial institutions, and technical advisors for creating a roadmap of economic growth and prosperity. This conclave would lay a foundation for dialogue exchange, information flow, brainstorming sessions, and convergence of ideas, rethinking Delhi NCR 2030 across 6 thematic themes like sustainable urban development, urban infrastructure, urban mobility, technology in urban development, capacity building, and participatory approach in planning. The wider aim of the conclave is to look forward towards collaborations with different agencies working in the field of urban development in NCR region, providing our expertise through academic, professional, and consultancy inputs. The specific objectives of the conclave are to create an avenue for the knowledge sharing on current trends to support sustainable development in Delhi NCR, to provide a space for professionals, academicians, practitioners, NGOs, researchers, and government officials to come together to enable peer learning by showcasing best practices. With this backdrop, we are geared up for sessions focusing on an interdisciplinary and holistic approach towards sustainable development in Delhi NCR, demanding extensive research, analysis of trends, and improvised urban development models to fill the gaps for the overall well-being of society and the nation. In conclusion, creating a sustainable national capital region by 2030 is not an easy task, but it is an essential one. It requires the commitment and cooperation of all the stakeholders, for government officials to community leaders to ordinary citizens. By working together, we can create an NCR that is livable, prosperous, sustainable, and very much required for the generations to come. At last, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity to present the overview of the conclave. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for enlightening everyone through the event and the conclave themes that we have across the 2 days. And I think that it would be very beneficial for the students and participants alike. I'm now honored to introduce our guest of honor, Shri R. Srinivas, who has joined online, and he's a recently retired from Town and Country Planning Organization after serving 3 decades in the organization as Town and Country Planner. During his tenure, he has been instrumental in guiding the preparation of URDPFI Guidelines 2014 and Model Building Bylaws 2016, which I feel each one of you would have done in your architectural courses and planning alike. You would have referred those. Sir has been an instrumental part in developing those guidelines. He had represented Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs as director in the Board of Directors for Smart City Ahmedabad Development Limited. He had also been representing ministries in various committees like Interministerial Committee on RADPFI, Guidelines, National Coastal Zone Management Authority, Environmental Related Issues, Forest and Climate Change, Thematic Working Group on Space Cooling of India Cooling Action Plan. Further, he is a team leader for monitoring the reforms implementation in construction permit under the World Bank's Doing Business report for Municipal Corporation of Mumbai and Delhi. He was heading the Metropolitan and Union Territories Division and is responsible for rendering the technical advice and assistance on ease of doing business construction permit, appraising the proposals on urban infrastructure for external aid projects, and also monitoring the sub-schemes on formulation of LAPs and town planning schemes alike, attending to the matters pertaining to Parliament Standing Committee on Urban Development. He has been a crucial member of task force on ease of doing business for construction permit and played an important role in facilitating the improvement in country's ranking in doing business report. He is also a very proactive professional, front being secretary of Delhi Regional Chapter ITPI, and currently acquires the post of visiting faculty in School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, teaching both the undergraduate and postgraduate students. He has more than 30 publications to his credit. Shri R. Srinivas holds his post-graduation in Urban and Regional Planning from IIT Kharagpur and Professional's Masters in Urban Planning and Management from ITC Netherlands. I now request Sir to please join us and share your invights on the theme.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Thank you, Amity School of Architecture and Planning for giving me the opportunity to address the participants. Of course, dignitaries on the dais, Professor Amit Hajela, Head of ASIP, Professor Charu, and my senior colleague, Mr. Rajiv Malhotra. I think in the previous address, it was mentioned that during the budget speech, there were a lot of announcements pertaining to urban planning. And in fact, in the last budget speech, it was for the first time, urban planning words were explicitly mentioned. Now, coming to National Capital Region, I must compliment the ASIP to identify this very crucial, theme. And we are eagerly awaiting that NCR Plan 2041 is going to get published. Of course, stakeholders' consultation have taken place, but we will be waiting for the final notification. Working in Town and Country Planning Organization, I would like to highlight the essence of metropolitan region planning from national perspective. Let me inform that the urbanization is going to attain 50% by 2051. I mean, till 2047, we are going to have Amrit Kal, where we are going to celebrate 100 years of our independence. And to manage 80 crore, if I talk in absolute term, it will be 80 crore population. in urban areas. Now, unfortunately, the census 2021 figures are not available, but it is expected that by 2021, once the census figures are out, we will be having 75 cities with more than 1 million population. Now, presently, as per 2011 census, there are 53 million plus cities constituting 42% of the total urban population. Now, once we have 75 million plus cities, then we will be having almost 50% of the urban population residing in these million plus cities. And that's very much important. Now, of course, we do have a certain regional plan, like NCR is the first and foremost, followed by Mumbai Metropolitan Region Plan. We do have metropolitan plans for Hyderabad. We do have, metropolitan plan for Bengaluru. But there are very few metropolitan cities. Actually, they have gone for metropolitan region plan. But the time has come that all million plus cities must make an effort to delineate the metropolitan region. So let me give the list of some of the cities who are making effort to delineate their metropolitan region, which includes Srinagar and Jammu in Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. The notification has been issued for delineating the metropolitan region. Followed by in Haryana also we have 3 cities. Faridabad, Gurugram also they have already constituted the Metropolitan Development Authority. At the same time, Panchkula, which is not a metropolitan city, they have also, declared a metropolitan development authority. Then Jaipur is having a master regional plan. Then Lucknow and Guwahati, these are the 2 cities where they have made efforts to delineate the state capital region. Now, government of Uttar Pradesh is very keen in developing Lucknow as state capital region, and it will be on the lines of national capital region, plan. Now the time has come that all these million plus cities and some of the million plus cities have actually reached to a saturation points where the land will not be available for future development. So hence, it becomes extremely important to delineate the metropolitan region and accordingly plan for, metropolitan plan for the particular city. The state, whether it's a million plus or a non-million plus city, all state capitals should work for state capital region plan. And in fact, other cities include Bhubaneswar, Visakhapatnam, Chennai. They are working on metropolitan region plan. And let me also inform that Chennai has increased its metropolitan area almost up to 5,000 square kilometer. So they are very keen in not only preparing the metropolitan region plan, but also emphasizing on comprehensive mobility plan for the metropolitan region. What Honorable VC Madam mentioned about the connectivity, about the synchronization of the various tasks done by the different agencies, that becomes very much important. And of course, NCR plan has been a learning experience. In fact, Professor Rajiv Malhotra will be elaborating more on interdepartmental coordination and how he facilitated various agencies of the participating states in national capital region. Now it becomes very much important that how we are going to ensure sustainable development in metropolitan region. And we do have smart cities mission. So why can't we should go ahead with the smart metropolitan region, plan for smart metropolitan region. That becomes very much important. Now, I am very glad to know that there is also one session on integration of blue and green infrastructure. And in fact, it is one of the urban planning reforms. And in the last budget speech, there were 6 reforms were identified. And in the latest budget speech also, the efforts will continue to implement the reforms. Now, at the regional level, if you see, I think the cities need to demonstrate that how we are going to, integrate our green and urban, green and blue space, and how we are going to protect the floodplains of the rivers. I mean, the river will cut across various, districts. So that becomes very much important. Not only protecting the floodplains, but at the same time, some of the million plus cities have also got huge coastline. So how we are going to protect those coastlines, and what could be the implementation mechanism? Of course, state will make a lot of efforts for metropolitan region plan, but there are some certain critical issues that how we are going to implement the proposals of the metropolitan region plans. So I hope that these issues are going to be further deliberated, and I am absolutely, happy to know that different themes are going to be discussed, and apologies for not making it offline due to slight indisposition. And I once again thank all the dignitaries as well as participants in the workshop, and I hope that fruitful outcomes will come. And I will request the organizers that the proceedings of workshop may kindly be shared and also may kindly be submitted to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insights in this. It would be really valuable to the conclave and other events. It is my pleasure now to introduce our next guest of honor, Shri Naresh Kumar Dhiran, Additional Chief Planner, TCPO. He has more than 30 years of experience in various capacities as different urban planner portfolios in Government of India. Presently, he is working in the capacity of Additional Chief Planner and also designated as Head of Department at TCPO. He has attained expertise in various fields of centrally sponsored schemes such as IDSMIT, UIT, SSMT, and Amrut. Looking for after the Amrut 1 and Amrut 2 reforms of various urban development projects under the flagship of Government of India, Mr. Dhiran has been a part of multidisciplinary planning team on appraisal and monitoring at the same time. Mr. Dhiran holds his undergraduate degree in geography from MTU Rohtak and post-graduations in Master of Planning with specialization in urban planning from SPN New Delhi. I now request Professor Dr. Rituparta Ghosh to please welcome our guest of honor and invite him on the stage. Ma'am, please invite our guest of honor on the stage.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Amit Ajela and distinguished member on the dais and students and participants of the MIT University. This is my great honor that MIT University has invited me to as a key speaker. It will be a very great honor to me, and thanks to the team of the MIT University and Mr. Dr. Amit Ajela and its teams. Thank you. On behalf of TCPO, first I want to have a small introduction that myself also a student of School of Planning and Architecture in 1992. I have passed out in 92 as a urban planning student. After that, I have just started my career in National Capital Region Planning Board in NCR Planning Board in 92 and up to 97. After that, I am working as a various capacity of town and country planner and additional chief planner in TCPO in Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. That I will just tell you what is the difference between the academic institutions, universities, and what is the professional, what we are just dealing with the centrally sponsored schemes of Government of India. As a in TCPO, as a additional chief planner and heading the entire office, we are having small 8 division in our department and working for Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. This is the small introduction. What TCPO is doing. Next, please. Actually, we are dealing with various centrally sponsored schemes in TCPO, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. There is a centrally sponsored scheme of IDSMT, Integrated Development of Small and Medium Town. It was initiated from Government of India from 1979 to up to 2004. Then after that, the second scheme was started 2005 up to 2015. Then after that, the Prime Minister has launched Amrut schemes, Amrut 1 2015 in June, and thereafter we are looking of that Amrut 1 from TCPO up to 2021. The scheme was a very main objective of that scheme is to introduce the reforms of urban planning in throughout the India. There are 4, these are the year-wise reforms and milestones that has been introduced. Next, please. Next. Actually, these are the list of the reforms that was introduced by Government of India. There were the 10 major 11 reforms. Out of that, one urban planning reform was the one of the reform that has been introduced in that year 2015. Next. Yes, we do have each reform has its own progress and milestone, and out of that urban planning reforms under that one GIS based master plan was introduced. Next one. Next, please. Yes. Role of TCPO, we have assessed that report. All the state government has just submitted their progress and what they have achieved in the reforms part in throughout the India. State-wise reforms they have submitted, and TCPO and its team has evaluated and giving the marks to them, and how many states has been just qualified for the central assistance schemes. Out of that, out of 36 states, 16 states has been qualified for the first year in the reforms incentive schemes. Next, please. Next. These are the status of reforms, what we are TCPO doing in 2015-16. This is a totally different between academic and professional, what we are dealing in the Ministry of Housing, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, different schemes. Next. these are the year-wise 16, 17 May. What are the states have been qualified? Next. These are the basic. This is the actually we have done a major assessment of all the state government with milestones and what are the states has been qualified. A total assessment report has been done by the TCPO and all the state government has been accordingly informed what they have achieved or not, how many states have been qualified for the central assistance and how many have been not qualified. Accordingly, on the basis of that, central assistance and the government of India has released the amount to the states government. Next, please. Next. Yes, this is the recent ongoing work in TCPO, what we are doing under the TCPO. Next. These are the major reforms introduced in the. This Amrut 2 was launched by Prime Minister in 2021, and under that, so many allocation 176 lakhs crore has been earmarked for the next 5 years for the Amrut 2. And these are the various components, how many, which kind of components and what are the grants have been allocated for the Amrut 2 one. Next one. Next. And these are the major reforms was introduced by the finance minister last year. Urban planning reforms. Under these reforms, each they have been demarcated the marking scheme of each component as divided into 50 marks, and what 50 marks, and who will qualify, they will get the incentive for urban planning reform state wise. Next. These are the category of the states. Which states will get how much amount from the government of India as a part of implementation of these urban planning reforms. Next, please. These are the fund allocation for the subcomponent of GIS-based master plan. As I have already told you, out of 11 reforms, GIS-based master plan is one of the reforms, and under which we are giving the grant to the state government. The state government has to prepare the 500 towns state master plan throughout the India, and under which 662 crores has been earmarked for Amrut 2. And under Amrut 2 is under progress for preparation of the master plan on the basis of using the GIS database. Next. Next, please. Next. Next, please. These are the smart city. These are the ease of doing business. Next. Next. These are the ease of doing business activities. How many states has just qualified this? These are the some pilots. Lab TPS scheme has been introduced by TCPO throughout the India. Maharashtra and Gujarat are the leading state to implement the local area plans and town planning schemes in their states. And we are just giving the incentive to all the state government that instead of master plan, they have to prepare the local area plan and town planning scheme to implement the faster and speedily implementation of exact whatever the requirement of the area, that has to be planned and prepare the local area plan and town planning schemes in their states. Next, please. These are under the capacity building program, as the theme of this conclave is also one of the basic theme of what are the capacity building. Under the capacity building program from TCPO, from the inception 2005, under the NUIS schemes from 2005 to till date, we have just giving the training program to the students, to the local body people, to the working professional under town planning, local bodies, and development authorities. Regarding the preparation of GIS-based master plan, till now we have just giving the training program and with collaboration with all the state governments, approximately 5,000 planners, town planners, local bodies personnel, and development authorities people who are involved in urban planning process and plan preparation. We have trained more than 6,000 people under this training capacity building program. And latestly under NUIS, under IDSMT and UISMT and GIS-based master plan, we have prepared last year 2,600 personnel to how to prepare the master plan under through GIS using the GIS technology, remote sensing, and drone technologies. These are the latest technologies are being used throughout the state government to prepare the master plan. And for this purpose, TCPO and Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs are giving the grant to the states governments and make them push to use this kind of latest technology so that we can prepare easily, we can update their master plan and timely prepare the master plan, and we can have a look over lot of layers are being used through GIS package. So we can implement these schemes very easily and very smoothly. The planning purpose, main purpose of Government of India is to make the life of people very easy and smooth and give a better living environment to the human beings. As a academician, as a professional, and you are as a students, our basic need is to provide the basic amenities and facilities to the local people and citizen of India so that they can have their life better, livable environment and livable city. This is the main objective of the TCPO and even planning fraternity. Next, please. Actually, TCPO is not only preparing the capacity building of the local. Actually, we are organizing the national workshop, even international workshop under the international programs. 2016 to 2021, we have just a collaboration with government of Singapore. We have just give the capacity building and give the training program to 100 town planners throughout the India in all the state government and local bodies. 100 people we have given the training to Singapore with collaboration with the government of Singapore, and they were all people went to Singapore for this training program, and TCPO was collaborating for that such kind of training programs. And after that training program, and we have just prepared the book under with the collaboration with the government of Singapore, and Prime Minister inaugurated a book we have prepared in the Singapore. Next. These are the lab TPS I have already told you. We are giving the funding to the state government to prepare the local area plan and town planning schemes. So these are the very prevalent schemes in Gujarat and Maharashtra, and we are just hoping that all the state government will follow these schemes and implement their master plan and through these two schemes very speedily. Next, please. These are the planning process. They can note down these things. What kind of level of planning process is just implementing in throughout the India. Next, please. And just I have already told you what TCPO is. Some of the students may not be aware what we are as a professional body and town planning body throughout the India is a unique office. In India, we are dealing with the various ministries and government of India, very department, School of Planning and Architecture, and Niti Aayog, and all state government and development authorities. These are the very small role of TCPO in the planning process, and we are doing under the government of India. These are the small things we are doing in TCPO. Next. Thank you, please. If you have any questions, you can ask me. If a student have any doubt about these things, I am ready to give the things. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with the schemes and project of TCPO and Government of India alike, which are aligned to the theme Conclave of Sustainable Urban Development. We now have the privilege to host our guest of honor, Sri Rajiv Malhotra, who will be joining us on online platform. He has experience of about 40 years in urban and regional planning, policy planning and development of infrastructure, integrated transportation planning, water resource management, sewerage, solid waste management, environmental planning, and impact assessment. Some of the important plans, such as Regional Plan 2021 for Delhi NCR, Integrated Water Management Plan, and functional plans, have been the economic profile of NCR and were prepared and finalized under his leadership only. He was associated with the studies related to micro enterprise and household industries in NCR, as well as health infrastructure in the NCR region. He also initiated the work related to planning and construction of regional rapid transportation system for NCR with design speed of 180 kilometers per hour, which ultimately changed the regional development scenario of NCR region. Feasibility study reports and draft DPRs of these 3 corridors were also prepared under his leadership and are being currently implemented. He has also worked in different capacities with NCR Planning Board and Town and Country Planning Organization, Ministry of Urban Development, Government of India, National River Conservation Directorate, Ministry of Environment and Forest. He is a fellow member of Institute of Town Planners India and also a fellow member of Institute of Public Health Engineers. Mr. Rajiv is currently a visiting faculty with School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, and is also a former Chief Regional Planner for the NCR Planning Board. We welcome you, sir, on this board and request you to please share your viewpoints on the sustainable urban development theme. Sir, can you unmute yourself, please? You are not audible. Sir? So please continue.
Now I am audible?
Yes, sir. Very audible, please.
Okay. Respected guests on the dais, my friend panelists and delegates. See, I'll be talking about the region NCR and what achievements have been made so far, so that you are aware that what kind of projects have been going on there. It is all controlled by the Act of Parliament, and accordingly, certain powers has been given to the NCR Planning Board. The implementation has to be done by the concerned participating states and concerned departments. We only do planning for it. We prepared Plan 2001, and in 2000 again the plan for 2021 was prepared. This plan 2001, and when we compared it with the achievements, there were several achievements. I will not talk about those achievements, because in those days these express national highways were also 2-lane undivided carriageway. The plan had recommended 4-lane divided carriageway, which was implemented by the concerned authorities. But there were several shortcomings during that time, and then the things were reviewed and modifications were carried out. So regional plan is a long-term vision plan, and it's a long-term process also, and you can't achieve the policies in years of 5 years or 7 years. You at least take at least 20 years, 30 years for implementation of the policies. And now I am finding whatever we planned in 2021 plan, the plan was notified in 2005, and those policies are now implemented on the ground, and they are big achievements. So the area of the region that is most important. It was 33,578 square kilometers, but later on in 2015-16, certain areas were added at the request of the participating states, and then the area became almost 55,000 square kilometers, which is almost unmanageable. And then when the policies of regional plan started implementing, the states said that we don't want to continue with the so much big part of the NCR, especially the Haryana, which had earlier 7 districts in NCR, and at present there are 13 districts in NCR. They face the major problem, especially when the vehicles 10 years and 15 years clause came, and they started facing the problem, and environmental laws also came, that also caused the problem of development there. So we suggested to have the redelineation of the NCR, but without going into redelineation, it was the area which was expanded, and because states wanted it, and it was a political decision, so no technical inputs were there. If we look at the regional plan and its implementation, I'll only talk about that. The Act provides for balanced development of the region, and there are components defined in the Act, Section 10 of the Act, which says, which has given the elements under various clauses. 10A says about the land uses, and then economic, it talks about the transport, it talks about the infrastructure development. So all these components are to be planned, and accordingly the regional plan had all these components. If you have seen the regional plan, you will find all these components in the regional plan. Then I'll just move to the projects which has been implemented. See, we conducted the studies, I think it was told during the introduction. So our integrated transport plan for NCR was prepared in 2009, and it started its implementation. It has given several projects, and those projects are under implementation. Some of them have already been implemented, and some are yet to be implemented. I think your Professor Balvinder also talked about that. Transport and water, they are the prime things which have to be tackled. So we did the detailed study about the transport and recommended regional rail RRTS, regional rapid transit system RRTS. It's then the BRTS and bus services. We projected the demand of the buses, which were, I think, total 37,000 buses were required in whole of NCR. I am talking about only 33,000 square kilometers area for which the regional plan has been prepared, and it was notified in 2005. The new plan is yet to come, so till then the old plan will continue. Then it recommended bus system, bus fleet, bus terminals. Then it recommended expansion of new rail lines, Indian Railway. Then it recommended about the regional rapid transit system. It talked about the logistic hubs. So actually regional planning and its further plans gives the project development, which gives the boost to the development projects within the areas. So all these projects were implemented, and 1,000 kilometers of expressways was also recommended. So out of that, I think almost 800 kilometers of expressways has already been implemented in NCR by different agencies. And regional rail, we incorporated the NCRTC company which is implementing it. We handed over the charge just before the retirement. I handed over charge to MD about the DPRs and the feasibility reports, and they continued further. And now you will find that Delhi-Meerut corridor is already under implementation. It will be commissioned by next year. And Gurgaon, Behror, Alwar, this is again under implementation. The studies again are getting done. So if you look at the terms of population, the way Delhi was growing, and we analyzed from 1991 to 2011. 2011, earlier the growth rate in 81-91 was 52% for Delhi, and has come down to 21% per decade in 2011. So the migration towards Delhi has almost reduced, and the surrounding areas in NCR, the metro centers and regional centers, they are getting developed. And when I took over in 1999, there was not much development in the whole areas. Then slowly the public-private partnership was initiated and private players were brought in for the housing development. Now you'll find that there is no housing shortage. In fact, it is surplus. And then if you look at the number of out migrants from Delhi, in 2001, it was 4.58 lakhs against 81-91 migrant population, 2.82 lakhs. And there were many migrants which, instead of coming to Delhi, went to the nearby towns, and we wanted to give them the faster computer system. So that's why RRTS was brought in and metro was extended to NCR towns, metro towns. Then and as per the current plan and transport plan, all the national highways converging to Delhi has been expanded to 8-lane divided carriageway. Which was one of the policy of the regional plan. Then expressway, in fact, when we checked, about 50 lakh trucks were passing through Delhi. There was no bypass available for them. Then the expressway around Delhi, that was incorporated in the plan and that got implemented. And at present, I think it is called EPE Express, Eastern Peripheral Expressway, and the other one is called KMP Expressway. And the third one is Delhi-Meerut Expressway, Yamuna Expressway, Ganga Expressway is under implementation. So all these have come up. In the next phase, they have to do the other roads which have been recommended to have the expressways. So you will find the lot of connectivities will be there. And then people were coming to us that how we can shift to NCR area when we get down at the airport or station. We were facing problem and taxis were charging exorbitant amounts, and there was no permit available. So people came to us and we then studied the bilateral agreement under Motor Vehicle Act 1988, and then we drafted a common reciprocal transport agreement in which government of UP had to go to their legislatures to get the law converted. And now there is no additional tax to be paid. You can read the this agreement which is available on the NCRPB website. It has been extended. It was earlier for 10 years and now it has been recently extended again. So those problems, whatever problems are coming, they are getting resolved. So that's why you will find after the signing of that agreement, NCR taxis are available everywhere and NCR autos are also available. And most of you, because you stay in Noida, or some of you are coming from Delhi, you must be utilizing these things. Then economic base was to be improved in the surrounding areas. Then we brought in new industrial estates. One is IMT Manesar, which is very popular. Greater Noida has several industrial areas. And Bhiwadi, Tapos Kheda, Kuchkheda, Sonipat, then Nimrana. These are all industrial estates developed after the regional plan. So that economic base has also been done. Then we did the studies about economic profile of NCR. We did about micro enterprises, which has got a lot of contribution to the GDP of NCR. So the household industries were also done. Then we did integrated water resource management plan, which I think Professor Balwinder was also talking about. It gives you the solution. See, we need not to see the city in individual. We have to see the region as a whole and who are the consumers, agriculture, industry, and then domestic. And then look at all the resources available within the region. And then how optimally you can utilize all these things. It came out that if we are able to optimize the water use, for example, in domestic earlier, there were 250 LPCD, they were having a provision. We recommended for 135 and 150 LPCD. Then we recommended that in Alwar area, non-water consuming industry should come up. And in agriculture, we have said that drip irrigation and sprinkler irrigation in 10% of the land in phases is done, then so that the water is saved and that water can be used for domestic purpose. So there will not be any shortage for anybody if flood irrigation is stopped in phases. So the possibility is there, and with that possibility, you can always move ahead. And if you are having a district as a unit, you can work out similar thing for a district also. So you can do integrated transport plan for a district. You can do integrated water resource management for a district. That will resolve the problems. And groundwater recharging was one of the major recommendations. We prepared a functional plan on groundwater recharge in NCR. We went into all those details and recommended where it is to be done. And not take much more time for you. A lot of things have been done and a lot of things are being done. Whatever proposals are there, they are getting implemented. Though, as I said, that's a long-term process. A lot of resources are required. For example, RRTS required, I think, 70,000 to 1 lakh crore per corridor. So that kind of amount is also required. So things are getting implemented, and definitely the scenario of NCR will change by 2032, because we made the perspective plan of transport by 2032, and integrated water resource management, if implemented, the policies, if implemented, that will change the scenario. It has recommended the recycling of sewage also, treated sewage also. So I think if you are talking about the NCR by 2030, instead you should have talked about long-term process of 41. So it would have been a coterminous with the preparation of the 41 plan, and the recommendations would have been useful for NCR also. And thank you very much. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me as a guest of honor. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with the projects and developments that are going in the Delhi NCR region. And we definitely take your advice into account that collaborating some themes with the Agenda of 2041 Master Plan would be really helpful for us. And we'll definitely include it in the project report. With this, I would like to now begin our felicitation ceremony. For the felicitation of Sri Naresh Kumar Dhiran, I would like Dr. Amit Hajela to please felicitate sir with the memento and sapling. I now request Professor Dr. Charu Nangia to please felicitate Shri Rajiv Malhotra, and on behalf of Sir, Professor Dr. Amit Hajela would take the felicitation. Rajiv. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Professor Dr. Ritabrata Ghosh to please felicitate our guest of honor, R. Srinivas, and request Amit Hajela sir to please be on stage for the felicitation. Thank you so much. With the end of this, I now request Professor Dr. Ritabrata Ghosh to extend our vote of thanks for the inaugural session.
Very good morning, everybody. Respected Sri Naresh Kumar Dhiran, Professor Dr. Arunabha Dasgupta, Sri Sandeep Kumar, Professor Dr. Amit Hajela, other dignitaries on and off the dais, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It is a matter of great pleasure and honor for me to propose the vote of thanks for the inaugural ceremony of the two-day Partnership Conclave 2023 on Envisioning Sustainable National Capital Region 2030 being organized by Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. First of all, I would like to humbly express our respect and gratefulness to one of the most prominent educationists of our country and a rare visionary, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, the honorable founder of the Amity Group, for his continuous blessings and encouragements and becoming the driving force behind all the Amitians to strive for excellence in the field of academics and take the Noble Institute to the pinnacle. I would also like to extend our respect and gratitude to Dr. Atul K. Chauhan, the Honorable Chancellor, Amity University, for his guidance and blessings. I, on behalf of Amity University, would like to extend gratefulness and gratitude to Sri Ajit Pai, Chairman, DUSC, and former Head of Economics and Finance, Niti Aayog, for kindly accepting our request to grace the today's occasion as the chief guest, sparing his valuable time and sharing his valuable thoughts with us on the issue. I'd like to express my thankfulness to the dynamic leader and honorable VC of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, for her continuous guidance, support, and blessings, for organizing this conclave and for her wonderful speech. We would look forward for your guidance, ma'am, for our similar endeavors in future. It is my pleasure to convey our gratefulness to Sri Naresh Kumar Dhiran, Additional Chief Planner TCPO, for attending this inaugural session as one of the guests of honor and giving his insights in the issue. I would also like to thank the other guests of honor, Sri Rajiv Malhotra, former Chief Planner, NCR Planning Board, and Sri R. Srinivas, former Secretary TCPO Delhi chapter, who joined us online for sharing their knowledge, experience, and thoughts on the subject with the audience. As you all are aware, the conclave is designed to have total 6 themes, which are spread over next 2 days. We have a galaxy of panelists who are stalwarts in their respective fields of habitat development. I, on behalf of Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, would like to thank them all for accepting our invitation to take part in the conclave and agreeing to share their knowledge and experience on their respective themes and sub-themes to enrich the knowledge base of the participants and helping us to take the conclave to the logical conclusion. I must acknowledge the contribution of our sponsor, Jaguar, a giant in the bathroom fittings, without whose support this conclave would not have been possible. We acknowledge their huge contribution in the built environment sector. A big thank to Jaguar. I would fail in my duties if the contributions and support extended by various departments of Amity University like administration, finance, IT, security, media, etc. are not acknowledged. It was really a synchronized effort by all these 8 departments who worked very closely with our organizing team to make this happen. Thank you all for everything. It was not possible to make this event happen without the dedicated service by the organizing team of this program, all faculty members and other staff members of Amity School of Architecture and Planning, including the student volunteers, under the able and dynamic guidance of Professor Dr. Amit Hajela, Director and Domain Head of this institute. I must thank all of them for their contribution in organizing the event. Lastly, I must thank the participants and the students who are physically present in the hall, as well as those who have joined the proceedings online to make this event a success. We are grateful for your lively presence and taking great interest in the proceedings. Thank you all. Thank you.
I now request all our panelists and dignitaries to please join us in the lounge for the tea. नहीं सर यही करके और उसी में चलो हम सैंपल
पागल बनाएंगे चार को उसके पास भाई चार को उसके पास हमारा का पड़ा हुआ है वो ऐसे मत करो हाँ जी वो किसका है पहला सर अगले में 4 स्पीकर है ना 4 स्पीकर है ना ऑफलाइन 4 है चारों ऑफलाइन है नहीं नहीं तो 4 बैग से
एक दो तीन
खाने बैठते एक
की बोतल भी नहीं होता है जो
पानी पी लो
तो लगता है वो 2 लोग सर ने तुम लोग भी बोला है कि बजट में निकालना हाँ जी मैम
ID कार्ड नहीं लगा ID कार्ड गाँव पे लगा होगा उस पे फोटो चलो चॉइस
Sir heads the Twin Studios of Plural Design and Plural in Interior Design, both as the founder, director, and design principal. He is also a partner and design principal at Oracle's, our landscape design consultancy firm. He has been responsible for leading the design process for a variety of prestigious projects across categories of residential, hospitality, institutional, commercial, and industrial. Prior to his engagement with Plural Design and Oracle's, he has been a coordinating member of an international consultants consortium for the preparation of the urban structure plan and techno-economic feasibility for integrated tourism development at Bekal, Kerala. He has also been a project consultant to INTAC for the celebration marking the centenary of rediscovery of Patliputra, Patna, Bihar in 1996, and for research and documentation on the built heritage of Mehrauli, Delhi in 1994. His key competencies lie in context assessment, design ideation, sustainable urbanism and development, urban design, master planning, programming, architectural design, and coordination. We welcome you, sir, and we are very grateful for your presence here today. Over to you, sir.
So, good morning, everybody. Let's get on with the core area of this seminar, of the discussion right away. So, some years ago, the internationally renowned environmental journalist, Jonathan Watts, claimed that 2006 would be remembered as a year when human society finally proved Darwin's theories as wrong. What was he really alluding to? While the jury is still out there to fix the date, it was sometime around that year that more people lived in UN designated urban areas than in rural. According to Watts, this milestone represented a tectonic shift in the way human society lived, in the sense that rather than adapting to their habitats, humans had assiduously constructed cities, and in this had irrevocably altered and reformatted the geographies of their habitat in the pursuit of their needs, from the rural to the urban. As pointed out by many scholars, and now internalized by policy as well, a key implication of this shift has been the realization that the form and quality of social, economic, and environmental relations that define the form and quality of human life will decidedly be urban. Cities today are at the center stage of human life, of not only its celebration in the flowering of human culture, but also its challenges, be it social, environmental, or economic, its contradictions, paradoxes, and also in the capabilities, knowledge, and opportunities that reside and emerge in cities to engage with these challenges. It is also in this context that the idea and notion of urban sustainability is of critical relevance. As an ideal, if it is multifaceted and multidisciplinary, it is also confusing and obfuscated, but an ideal nevertheless, in the hope that it provides to solve the city's and hence humanity's most pressing and increasingly existential challenges. It is undeniably true that there has been a shift in the world's urban center of gravity to the global south, with developing countries accounting for 90% of the world's urban population growth, and this data is as per UN Habitat, for 70% of the world's urban population, and including Delhi, for 8 out of the 10 largest cities in the world in as early as 2005. This context, as the new and emergent locus of urban challenges, is also marked, as UN Habitat notes, serious deficits in institutional capacities for planning, governance, infrastructure, and economic and social equity. To bring Delhi and the NCR back into the focus of our discussion today on envisioning sustainable NCR 2030, among the 33 megacities in the world today, that is with a population of more than 10 million each, In accounting for almost 20% of the global urban population, Delhi stands as the second largest with a population of 32 million approximately. Growing exponentially, it is well set on its course to become the largest urban agglomeration in the world in a few years from now. Net in-migration and natural growth have both been almost equally attributed to this transformation. Then earlier data from the Economic Survey of Delhi 2009 indicating average population annual growth rates of 2.4% and 2.2% apportioned to them respectively between 1995 and 2006. Further, Delhi's urban footprint extends beyond the administratively defined National Capital Territory of Delhi, that is NCTD, to the larger National Capital Region, NCR, that includes adjacent urban and rural areas from the states of Haryana, Rajasthan, and Uttar Pradesh. Recognizing that Delhi's planning objectives cannot be looked into in isolation, but in tandem with the larger NCR, the National Capital Region Planning Board, that is NCRPB, coordinates regional and sub-regional plans for the NCR with the mandate to manage the city's congestion and deficiencies in civic amenities, housing, transportation, and infrastructure, and of course, promote sustainable development in the region. Like most global south cities, sustainable development goals for Delhi and NCR are complex. They intersect poverty, high population growth rate, large-scale in-migration, socio-cultural heterogeneity, planning limitations and inadequacies, climate change and injustice, mitigation and adaptation challenges, land, water, and air pollution, related health challenges, elite capture of resources and opportunities, and the list is endless. Having said this, it would also be worthwhile to note that the city's master plan identifies the planning process as one of the cornerstones in addressing the city's myriad challenges and reimagining its sustainable future. Paradoxically, and in a broader sense, urbanism as a profession, of which planning, architecture are all subsets, have been criticized for its failure in responding creatively, logistically, or politically to the challenges represented by the statistics and economics of urbanization. The above gamut and genre of issues present new challenges to the planning and architectural professions as they grapple with accusations of disconnect with the processes that inform and transform our cities and affect their sustainability. Some researchers have argued that value systems informing and transforming our cities stem more from imposed rationalities rather than from urban understanding. Peter Hall, one of the most prolific and influential planner and urbanist of our times, defined planning as, quote, the making of an orderly sequence of action that will lead to the achievement of a stated goal or goals. Its main techniques being written statements, supplemented as appropriate by statistical projections, mathematical representations, quantified evaluations and diagrams, illustrating relationships between different parts of the plan. There's a reason why I cite this extremely technocentric definition of planning. Horst Rittel, design theorist, and Melvin Weber, planner, both celebrated professors at the University of California, Berkeley, in their seminal 1973 paper, Dilemmas in a General Theory of Planning, argue that planning notions and definitions, such as the one above, emanate from 18th century physics, classical economics, and the principle of least means. In this, planning has been viewed as a design and rational problem-solving process to reach a pre-envisioned solution with available skills and resources. They further argue, and this is interesting, that these paradigms and underpinnings of efficiency, science, and engineering are common to both planning and professionalism and are intrinsically incompatible with the problems of open societal systems such as a city. They famously called planning problems as wicked, in the sense that these are often ill-defined, not amenable to quantitative problem solving, lead to other problems not envisaged earlier, and rely upon elusive political judgment for resolution. And an example for that, we know that starting 1957, Delhi has had several master plans, each more all-encompassing than its predecessor. Contrast that now with this. Apart from several other challenges that the city faces in common with other global south cities, and some of them I have touched upon earlier today, Delhi also had only about 23% of its population living in planned and legal neighborhoods in 2001. That's almost 45 years after the first master plan. The rest lived in an assortment of illegal slum clusters, slum designated areas, other unauthorized settlements, resettlement colonies, and urban villages. Need I say more? It is not easy being a planner and urbanist, and that too in Delhi. Let me now call upon a few brilliant and committed professionals grappling with the city's myriad issues and hopes. I first invite Paramita Dattadey to delve into the complex and critical issues of urban solid waste management towards creating a sustainable future for the city.
Thank you, sir. So Ms. Paramita Dattadey is going to join us online. She is a city planner with over 25 years of experience in urban development. She heads the Resources and Waste Unit at NIUA and is a program lead for the Sustainable Cities and Water and Sanitation Program at NIUA. She has spearheaded the program on capacity building in sanitation and waste management as part of the Swachh Bharat mission by Government of India. She has worked to bridge the gap between infrastructure policy and practice through the South Asia Urban Knowledge Hub and has helped create innovation labs on urban waste solutions in Indian cities. Ms. Day has worked with several ministries in India on internationally funded projects of UNIDO, ADB, UNDP, CIDA, USAID, World Bank, and with leading think tanks like Center for Policy Research and Center for Science and Environment. We welcome you, ma'am, and over to you.
Thank you. I'll keep my video off because the connectivity is not too good here. So I hope that is okay.
That should be okay, ma'am. Sure.
Can you all see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me to share my views. Now, I'm not going to talk about Delhi today. I'll talk about a small city, Chhattisgarh, and how that city managed its solid waste very well and became a champion. So just to begin with, just to come to the topic, I'll talk a little bit about what the Solid Waste Management Rules 2016 say and what are the roles of different agencies and how Ambikapur became a leading practice in inclusive and sustainable management of solid waste with citizen at the center and how it also helped in framing the SBM Swachh Bharat Mission 2.0's citizen engagement framework. If time permits, I'll talk about Indore, but I think we have less time. I'll stop at SBM 2.0. So if you look at the scenario of waste management, like this is a quick snapshot of what it is, where are we in India with regard to managing our solid waste. So according to Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, we generate about 1.6 lakh tons of waste per day. And thanks to Swachh Bharat Mission, 95% of it is being collected. But we now are in a stage where we need to process and all our waste. So right now it's about 70% of the waste that is being processed. And a huge amount of waste is going to our dump sites. Now we don't have too many sanitary landfills in our country. So a lot of the waste is going to our dump sites. And if we look at construction and demolition waste, in India, we generate about 3.4 lakh kgs of metric tons of solid waste in terms of construction and demolition waste per day. And this is increasing at the rate of 31%. And as we all say that 70% of India has not yet been built. So you can imagine the amount of C&D waste that we are going to generate. According to the Central Pollution Control Board, India generates about more than 10 lakh tons of e-waste. This was a figure of 1920. And out of all the e-waste that we are generating, only 10% is collected and then further processed. So we have before us a lot of challenges. The prime one being that we have to remediate all our dump sites, we have to take care of all our legacy waste, and we have to create new infrastructure to manage the future waste. Now, these are some numbers that I picked up from the Swachh Bharat Mission's website, which is part of the MOHUA website. And we have, SBM has done a lot, and it has encouraged cities to do a lot of work, but we have a long way to go, but I'm very optimistic that we are on the right path. So now if you look at the solid waste management rules, the rules apply to all urban local bodies, to every domestic institution and commercial area, and it emphasizes on decentralized waste management. So if you look at the pyramid on the right, it emphasizes on the fact that the most preferred option is to have least amount of waste that should go to the dump site. And mostly we have to take care of the 5 hours, 7 hours, reduce, reuse, recycle, recover, refurbish. And so minimum amount of waste has to go. So now there is a lot of thinking on the concept of circular economy on waste management as well. And that comes from this pyramid. That is, we have to, because the resources are limited, and we don't have enough land. Therefore, we need to dump minimum amount of waste into our landfills. Thus, the solid waste management rules talks about segregation of waste into 3 categories: wet, dry, and domestic hazardous. Now, the rule, it's a long, it has many pages. So I've just picked up the most important points in the rule. The rule talks about a national policy on solid waste management. It says that every state should prepare a strategy on solid waste management, which should be very, very localized, and there should be a short-term, long-term, and a medium-term plan. Every city should have a vision of what it should do with its waste. So talks of doing this in consultation with all the stakeholders. It talks of speakers through self-help groups. It talks about allocation of suitable land for setting up processing facilities, separate space for segregation, storage, and decentralized processing. Now, decentralized processing, why? Because A, it will require less land. B, you will not waste a lot of energy in transporting the waste. That not only leads to a lot of manpower that is required, but a lot of fuel. And finally, we also contribute to the greenhouse gases if we are transporting waste for huge distances. And if you are aware that our waste, Indian waste, is primarily more heavy on the wet waste side, which can be processed in situ. So our waste has more than 50 to 60% of wet waste, and the remaining is all the other types of waste. The solid waste management rules also says that the SEZs or industrial areas, or industrial parks, should earmark at least 5% of the total area of the plot or minimum size for any kind of recycling facility. And there's no need for a buffer zone for any kind of decentralized facility, because these don't stink and they can be very clean, and so the NIMBY syndrome doesn't work here. But for larger facilities, there needs to be a buffer zone, but that is more from the environmental standpoint. That is, it should be 100 meters from the river, 200 meters from pond, or 200 meters from habitation. This is more applicable to dump sites. The rules also talk about all the definitions, so I will not go over them. So it talks of what is meant by segregation, what exactly is dry waste, what is domestic hazardous waste, combustible waste, sanitary waste, what does it mean by sorting, who is a waste picker, it defines who a waste picker is. Now, what is an informal waste collector? What does it mean by waste hierarchy? And the authorities that need to be there to take care of the rules is first is the MOEF or the MOEFCC, which is now called Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, which is the overall monitoring agency. And it has a central monitoring committee that has members across the board. They meet once a year and they co-opt additional experts. The MAHUA, which was called MOUD earlier, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, is responsible for coordination, for seeing to it that there is a policy, for promoting research and development, training, and capacity building. Because we are talking of wet waste and dry waste, the ministries and other departments involved. So Department of Fertilizer, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Power, MNRE, all are involved in this whole sector of solid waste management. And this slide talks about the roles, who's supposed to do what. Now, if we look at the responsibilities at the generator level, that is any citizen, we are supposed to segregate our waste at source, see to it that there's no littering. And if there is a housing society or a neighborhood that has more than 200 households or occupies more than 5,000 square meters of area, then the wet waste is supposed to be processed there at the nearest to the source. And the dry waste can be handed over to recyclers or waste collectors. I already talked about this. Yeah, it talks about bylaws and planning at the city level to take care of waste management. So let me come to you with the example of solid liquid resource management model of Ambikapur. Now, some of you may be aware of the fact that there is a competition called the Swachh Sarvekshan, which has been running since 2014, around the time the Swachh Bharat Mission was launched. And it encourages cities that are doing well and also tries to pull up cities that are emerging as winners. So Ambikapur is a small city and it has emerged a winner 6 times in a row in the Swachh Sarvekshan. Now, what is it that Ambikapur did and how did it do so? So before I get on to that, let me tell you a little bit about Ambikapur. It is a small city located in central India in Chhattisgarh. It has a population of about 1.4 lakhs. The city generates about 51 metric tons of segregated waste daily, and it has about 27,500 households. There are 10 bulk waste generators. Bulk waste, we mean those generators, which could be institutes, commercial areas, and the like, that generate 100 kgs or more. Now, cities have the freedom to lower this threshold of 100 kg to even 75 or 50 as it deems fit. Ambikapur is the district headquarter of Sarguja district, and therefore it has a lot of educational institutes, hospitals, there's a big market, and it has a huge floating population. The model adopted by Ambikapur is a decentralized one. It is led by the community, it is inclusive, and it is completely done by women self-help groups. Now, what is the story? Around 2014, Ambikapur was a typical small town in India that used to dump its waste at a dump site, and contractors were employed by the municipality, the usual stuff that happens in many small cities, rather even big cities. And the city now was faced with the challenge that the height of the dump site had reached a staggering one, and no more land was available, and it was completely saturated. Now, the district collector was a dilemma what to do, and around the same time, the Swachh Bharat Mission was also launched, which talked about treating 100% of your waste. Now, the district collector happened to see a TV show where she chanced upon an expert who had worked on a decentralized community model in South India. So she found it to be promising, and then she called this person to know more about it. Now, with the support of Chhattisgarh State Urban Development Agency and the government of Chhattisgarh, she organized a meeting of all the stakeholders in the city. So this was very important because whatever you do in any city, unless you have the stakeholders on board, it sometimes gets difficult and people don't own it. So when they saw the presentation, everybody was convinced that it is something very doable. Now, the district collector, who was responsible for the cleanliness of Ambikapur, was also heading the National Urban Livelihood Mission, and she also had the mandate to provide employment to illiterate or less literate women. She also had a background of working with SHGs or self-help groups and women's federation. So she thought this is a good idea. So first, what was the project about? They said, let's look at it from a two-pronged approach. One, we have to put in place a system of door-to-door collection of solid waste from households and commercial areas. Second is that there has to be scientific processing and disposal of waste. Now, in order to do this, they designed an alternative community-based model in contrast to a conventional model. So this would be owned and run by women, so it would also give them livelihood. They would help households in segregating their waste at source, and introduction of beneficiary charges had to happen. Before that, it was all free because there has to be cost recovery. And citizen involvement is very important because you cannot achieve segregation at source if citizens are not aware and they are not willing. So the project was divided into two phases. The first one was door-to-door collection of waste from homes and commercial establishments. And the second part was that city sanitation should be there with the ULB only. That would include cleaning of roads and other public places. The first door-to-door collection was started in 17 out of the 48 wards. In the remaining wards, the contractor continued to collect unsegregated waste and dumped it in the dump site. Now, when the residents saw the difference, it was easy to convince them. And in 2 years, it was all the 48 wards started doing it. So in this picture, you will see the preparatory work that is being done, which is the meetings with the stakeholders, then training of and health checkup camps for the people, for the women who registered to be part of the self-help groups. Now, city sanitation continued to be with the municipality. Then the capital cost of setting up the SLRM center. This is the picture of the SLRM center. This was borne by the municipality. Now, in the preparatory phase, which is a meeting with all the stakeholders over here, was that the data for all the wards was collected, detailed data of who are the generators, what kind of waste is coming from which ward. For example, if there was a street vendor zone in one ward where street vendors would come in the evening, in the morning there would be something else. Then there are many residential schools in Ambikapur, and there's a lot of food waste that is generated from canteens. Then there's a bus terminal in a particular ward, so which had a lot of footfall. So the waste over there would be different. So therefore, in order to manage, first the data was collected. Now, if we have to have citizens do that, they had to do something called the IEC, Information, Education, Communication Campaign. The campaign involved the following things. Number one, it had something called Citizen Connect. Okay, I'll just come to that in. So this is what the SLRM center had. It had a biogas plant for all the wet waste. So the wet waste was collected separately and the dry waste separately. Then the wet waste, some of it was also composted. Depending on where the SLRM center is, in which ward and what kind of waste it has, the system would be little different. Then there were some SLRM centers which were near to poultry and other meat and fish markets. So that kind of waste was given to the poultry, and they ate all the wet waste, that is, the waste from mandis and things like that. Then the segregation happened in 17 categories at the SLRM center, and then there's a tertiary center where it was segregated into 156 categories. These are the carts, non-motorized vehicles, or e-vehicles rather, that were there, which had a separator, gila kachra and sukha kachra, which you can see here, and there was a separate bag for domestic hazardous waste and sanitary waste. This was being collected. So these are the pictures that show you that. This is again some overview of what is happening this is what an SLRM center looks like. So segregation into 17 categories, 14 categories is sold to local vendors, 3 categories are given for tertiary segregation center, where it is separated into 63 categories. Some of it goes, the e-waste is separated and sent to Raipur to the authorized vendor. Recyclable plastic is again recycled. Then RDF, the refuse derived fuel, is compressed and sent to cement plants. Now, the project, as I said, demanded a lot of IC activities. So there was a Citizen Connect, there was a program called Citizen Connect, where people from every household and commercial establishment were trained, and they were given 2 bins. Then there were more than 12,500 children were involved through volunteers. There was wall scripting for messaging done. There were religious and community wards who were like the thought leaders, who were very influential. They were involved to spread the message of Swachhata. Now, once all this is done, then you also need to monitor what is happening in an SLRM center. So, sorry, I think I missed the picture. So every SLRM center had a monitoring system. They had a MIS, that is a management information system, that was put in place that recorded the characteristic of waste that is collected. There was a CCTV camera. They have something called Nishtha app, where a woman can take their own selfie, and it also takes care of their attendance. This app also has some other features where there is a convergence of scheme, and the certain social welfare schemes that are there for these self-help group people. They can take a benefit of those social welfare schemes through by using that app as well. So this is the picture of the sanitation park in Ambikapur. This is the landfill that was there, and it is about 16 acres of land that has been remediated. And this has also been done with the bioinoculum that is developed by a local scientist at 1/5 of the cost of remediating a dump site otherwise. And this is another interesting concept that is there in Ambikapur, which is a garbage cafe, where in exchange of 1 kg or half a kg of plastic waste, you can get a coupon for a meal or a snack meal. So that's a very innovative one. Then in the SLRM center, the compost that is being prepared, a lot of times there is this whole thing that the compost that is normally prepared through the city compost, it's not of good value. So they add some additives to improve it. And depending upon the quality of compost, they're selling it at different rates. So in some SLRM centers, we're doing vermicomposting, which is being sold at ₹10 per kg. In some, they're adding nitrogen, phosphorus, and some other minerals, and they're selling it at ₹6 per kg and calling it a super compost. And then the city compost, the normal ordinary compost, which is used by the ULB for its horticultural purposes, and residents are also buying it, that is being sold at ₹3 per kg. In all, this is a revenue, this model is a revenue generating one, unlike many other models where you're actually spending more and not earning anything. Now, what were the challenges? It all sounds very good, but of course, this model also had to steer itself through a lot of challenges. So, for example, in a small SLRM center, it was difficult to maintain cattle due to lack of adequate space. So, after speaking to various stakeholders, they coordinated with the meat and fish market where hens and poultry are reared, and they took up the organic waste. Secondly, choosing the appropriate geographical area. First, they chose the vulnerable points, which were anyway, garbage vulnerable points, which are low-lying, waterlogged, or people were throwing garbage, and they showed the change there. And that's how the change at the city level triggered. And about the remediation of dump site, I told you the cost was 5 crore, and now with their own people and own SHG members, they remediated at the cost of 1 crore. The IC that was started by the then collector, Ms. Ritu Sen, is still continuing, and they are only improving. So what are the lessons learned? So it's, as I told you, it's a revenue generating model, and the total revenue that Ambikapur is getting right now is about 30 to 48 lakhs per month, and their expenditure ranges from 32 to 35 lakhs. Now they have a very interesting model of paying the SHG members. So each SHG member earns about 9,000 rupees per month. This includes a fixed salary of 6,000 rupees, which comes from the user charges, which is a different one for, I think it's 50 rupees for a household and 100 rupees for a commercial center. And 3,000 rupees comes from the sale of recyclables and compost and byproducts. Then the local scrap dealers have been integrated to the SLRM center. The SHG Federation has formed a subcommittee to take care of the sale of recyclables and the byproducts of the RDF. And the Federation has a rate contract with the local vendors, and the rates are finalized and are valid for a period of 6 months. So it's reviewed every 6 months. Then they also did a survey of rack pickers in the city. They identified them, and they have been engaged with the SLRM centers. They have been allocated areas in the city to buy recyclables. So therefore, 100% engagement of rack pickers has been done. Now you may be wondering that they are called SLRM Center, Solid Liquid Resource Management Center, and all this while I've been talking about solid waste management. So now they have also integrated liquid waste management, which is management of fecal sludge as well as wastewater. So they have employed desludging machines, they have procured them, and the members of the Swachh Ambikapur Mission City Level Federation, this is what the SHG is called, it is involved in the operation and maintenance of the FSTP as well. And at present, there's a fecal sludge treatment plant or FSTP of 20 KLD capacity that manages all the fecal sludge of the Ambikapur municipality and keeping the future growth in point of view. Another FSTP, which is with a capacity of 32 KLD, has been sanctioned, and that is also going to be operational soon. Then, when we talk about treatment of wastewater, most of the wastewater from toilet drains out into the network of drains that are there in the city because they mostly have septic tanks. Now, the wastewater is now being treated through wetland technology, and there's four small plants also that are doing this. So, all in all, it's a very sustainable project. It has integrated scrap dealers, it has integrated rack pickers, all the compost is being sold, and it is participative and run by women. I'll stop here and show you a small video so that you get an idea of what I'm talking about, and then I'll tell you how Chhattisgarh picked up the Ambikapur model.
think, have we lost her?
I think,
Can you see my screen?
yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Can you hear it?
स्वच्छ अंबिकापुर मिशन, ये स्वच्छ भारत मिशन और
Can you hear the video?
Yes, ma'am, it's audible and it's visible.
Okay, thank you.
राष्ट्रीय शहरी आजीविका मिशन के बीच एक अभिनव अभिसरण है। अंबिकापुर की जनसंख्या 1,32,000 है, जो 40 स्क्वायर किलोमीटर में फैला हुआ है। यहाँ प्रतिदिन 45 मेट्रिक टन ठोस कचरे को।
This video is little old, so the figures are little different. So the figures that I talked to you about are more recent.
100% सेग्रीगेट किया जा रहा है। पहले इस कचरे का निपटान करने के लिए प्रति वर्ष लगभग 1,23,00,000 खर्च किया जाता था। आज स्वच्छ अंबिकापुर मिशन के द्वारा इस खर्च को लगभग 73% बचत किया जा रहा है। इसके साथ साथ 410 स्वयं सहायता समूह महिलाएं प्रति वर्ष 60,000 रुपए कमा रहे हैं और ये कार्य संभव हो सका जिला प्रशासन नगर निगम के अथक प्रयास एवं सभी नागरिकों के सहयोग के द्वारा। अभियान संबंधित जागरूकता के लिए घर घर जाकर प्रचार प्रसार एवं सभी स्कूल में गीत संगीत और नाटक के माध्यम से SLRM का महत्व समझाया गया। आज 27,000 घरों और 3200 दुकानों से लाल एवं हरे डब्बों में अलग किया हुआ गीला एवं सूखा कचरा दिन में 2 बार डोर टू डोर एकत्र किया जा रहा है। ये कार्य प्रतिदिन 410 हरित सेना की महिलाओं के द्वारा किया जा रहा है। वर्तमान में 100 मैनुअल रिक्शा एवं 34 ई रिक्शा द्वारा 45 मेट्रिक टन कचरा प्रतिदिन संग्रहण हो रहा है। इस संग्रहित कचरे को 18 SLRM केंद्रों में सेग्रीगेशन के लिए लाया जा रहा है। यहाँ गीला कचरा 17 प्रकार में एवं सूखा कचरा 20 प्रकार में विभाजित किया जा रहा है। हरित सेना के साथ लाइव स्टॉक पार्टनर्स के रूप में गाय, बतख, मुर्गी एवं मछली भी कार्य कर रही है। इसके साथ खाद बनाकर केंद्र के आसपास की खाली भूमि पर हरी सब्जियों का उत्पादन किया जा रहा है। सूखा कचरा पहले 20 प्रकार में विभाजित किया जाता है। इसके पश्चात इसमें 156 प्रकार में टर्शरी सेग्रीगेशन किया जा रहा है। इनको बेचकर प्रति माह 1 लाख रुपए से 3 लाख रुपए तक आमदनी की जा रही है। इसके अलावा यूजर चार्ज कलेक्शन के रूप में प्रति माह लगभग 7 लाख रुपए तक आमदनी की जा रही है, जिसमें प्रति घर 50 रुपए तथा प्रति दुकान 100 रुपए लिया जा रहा है। सभी SLRM केंद्र में जानकारी इकट्ठा करने के लिए CCTV, सिक्योरिटी अलार्म, RF कनेक्टिविटी जैसे तकनीक का प्रयोग किया जा रहा है। इसके पूर्व ठोस अवशिष्ट प्रबंधन में केवल व्यय ही किया जाता था, आय शून्य हुआ करती थी, जो आज बदलकर एक व्यवसायिक मॉडल के रूप में उभर कर आया है। इस परियोजना के बारे में दूरदर्शन और हिस्ट्री चैनल में विशेष रूप से प्रदर्शित किया गया था। धीरे धीरे अधिक से अधिक लोग घर पर कचरे को अलग करने के लिए शुरुआत कर रहे हैं। इस योजना के पहले नगर के कचरे को 16 एकड़ डंपिंग यार्ड में फेंके जाने से एक कचरे का पहाड़ बन गया था। फिर अंबिकापुर जिला प्रशासन के द्वारा इस कचरे के पहाड़ का निपटान कर मात्र 6 माह के समय में और बहुत ही कम लागत में वैज्ञानिक तरीके से आज एक बहुत ही सुंदर स्वच्छता पार्क का निर्माण किया गया है। ये मुख्य रूप से छत्तीसगढ़ सरकार से 3.5 करोड़ रुपए की वित्तीय सहायता के कारण संभव हुआ था। इस पार्क में एक बहुत बड़ा टर्शरी सेग्रीगेशन सेंटर है। इसमें 156 प्रकार से विभाजित किए गए कचरे को प्रदर्शित किया गया है। जिस जगह के पास से भी लोग पहले नाक बंद कर निकलते थे, आज उसी जगह पर अपने परिवार के साथ घूमने आते हैं। जहां पहले मक्खियां और कीड़ों का अंबार रहता था, वहां सुंदर फूल, पौधे और पक्षी नजर आते हैं। स्वच्छ अंबिकापुर मिशन की सफलता से प्रभावित होकर प्रदेश सरकार ने छत्तीसगढ़ के 100 ULBs में इसी प्रोजेक्ट की तर्ज पर सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट कार्यक्रम करने का निर्देश दिए हैं। इस असाधारण पहल उत्कृष्ट टीम वर्क का एक उदाहरण है।
Okay, so that was the video of all that I talked about. Do we have time? Then I can talk about the IC strategy of Chhattisgarh based on Ambikapur. Otherwise, I'll stop here.
Maybe, Parvata, we can take that in questions a little later after all the other panelists have spoken.
Okay, sure. So I'll stop here. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that enlightening talk. Let's move on to the next sub-theme. As the world, and an increasingly urban world, grapples with climate change, the window of opportunity to reverse the phenomena may actually be over. Cities cover just about 1% of the world's surface area, but are responsible for 40 to 70% of global greenhouse emissions and almost 80% of anthropogenic carbon dioxide. How may the city be affected by climate change, and what opportunities may it offer to lead climate change action? Our notions of a city's resilience against climate change elitist design more to ring-fence profit and ensure business as usual, or can it truly be a socially equitable strategy? I now invite Dr. Chandan Ghosh to share his views on urban resilience and climate change.
Professor Chandan Ghosh is a civil engineering graduate from Bengal Engineering College, master's in civil engineering from Jadavpur University, doctorate from IIT Kanpur, and postdoctorate from Ibaraki University, Japan. He has been with the National Institute of Disaster Management since July 2006 as professor and head of Resilient Infrastructure Division. Sir works in the areas of earthquake geotechnology, rapid visual screening, retrofitting evaluation, reinforced earth, seismic microzonation, ground improvement techniques, geosynthetics, and bioengineering measures for sustainable development. Professor Ghosh has devoted more than 30 years of his career in undergraduate and postgraduate teaching, research guidance, and development of teaching tools and training modules. He has edited and co-edited 5 books, published more than 140 papers in journals, conference proceedings, and has several book chapters to his credit. Besides developing some of the IEC material, he has contributed significantly in the Indian government flagship programs since the UN Declaration at Yokohama, 1994. Professor Ghosh received Leonard Prize for the Best Doctoral Thesis in 1993, CIDC Vishwakarma Award 2013, IGS Shri H.C. Verma Golden Jubilee Award in 2013, and Lifetime Achievement Award by Indian Geotechnical Society Delhi Chapter in 2019. We welcome you, sir. And with that, I hand it over to you. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman. And also, I can see that on the stage, my senior Ornabuddha is here, and also my college mate, Ritabrata, Professor Ritabrata is also here. And in between, of course, galaxy of experts and students, especially, and teachers who are belonging to an area that myself coming from civil engineering side, of course, while going through the journey of disaster management, mitigation, and various policies and rules, regulation, act and organization and institutional capacity building that going on since 1995 to till date, and having organized several such national as well as international programs. Okay. It is in, I think, it has to be in PowerPoint. Few more. Slide mode.
Slide mode. The presentation mode.
Is slide mode में नहीं?
Slide mode.
Okay. ठीक है. Okay. Just give me again. Okay. Just only PowerPoint slide. Yeah.
Presentation mode में जाना
Presentation mode.
presentation mode
नीचे है ना? Oh.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So, and talking on a subject matter which neither belongs to my discipline nor belongs to your area of expertise, that is a climate change that which is changing, that is reality. And talking on that subject matter, probably it is everybody's free will to talk and free will to collect ocean of information and presenting it in a way, whatever style that fit to the audience. So I tried few of the things, and nothing is made by me, nothing has been researched by me, but it is only some collections that I try to put forward with the delicious fish that which grows with 7 times increase in carbon dioxide. And whether we shall take it, we are from the Bengal and we take fish so often and getting that so much increase. Now this is the cheapest probably the product available in the market, fish market, especially in Sierra Park, that less than 500 we can get it, which we didn't get even more than 20 years back. So taking something in this respect, that doing some kind of experiment, checking it in a control environment, where we are leading to. So there is enough scope for us in this world of smart technology as well as food technology. There are a lot of things are going on. So just to collect something that even something grows bigger and our food productions are increasing. The side that which we often take it, I will take something, the viewpoints, other than the normal projections that we have been making for 2050, 2070 or 2100. But these days, you know that world has become so much complex, the kind of chemical process that are going on, the kind of influenza-like syndrome that we are facing every day and now, while living in every nook and corner of the world. I will show you some of the slides which are generally debated, and I just take you to that debate. So climate change is real. How to live with that? I'll show some of the solution. Earth system climate modeling done by thousands of models are available. Earth system modeling, entire Earth and globe, and each and every millions of 3D elements have been represented, trying to model that what are the changes happening in the entire globe. And of course, last year's Nobel Prize, you know, whatever things are happening here, something anti is happening somewhere else in the global. Global means entire universe. That is a theory that got into limelight. And of course, few years back, what is the importance of starvation? Not starvation, taking meal gap of say 16 hours after, and what is the impact of that? So there are a lot of things are coming up. So I'll see that how Earth system climate modeling has given us certain projections, and what are the average research and publication going on? What is the trend that it is showing? What are the variation? So that I'll show, and also local and global green resilience measures. Of course, we have seen in the previous presentation a good example, and I'll show some of other things also, because after all, to live happily here in this one earth and one sun, and now International Solar Alliance is there, that how to take a fresh air, how to clean it, replenish it, and what are the natural way, what is the artificial way. And we are very much familiar with artificial way, including that space that we are now all here, despite temperature is more than 30 degrees outside. So what is the nature-based solution then? How we are adapting to it? That I will show few examples quickly. And then finally, with resilience and disaster risk reduction, I'll show managing with build infrastructure resilience and how to reduce the risk in the everyday, day-to-day life. Some of the examples only, photographs only I'll show. So greenhouse effect on earth, you will get a lot of literature because time is short, we know. But one thing is that what is happening so many billion kilometer away, the sun that happening, or the way that every minute, every second, that changes that going on, and solar cycles that are there. There are enormous literature, research, solar physics, and scores of books are written, not directly visiting there, but we have enormous sources of information as well as research finding which are available freely in the net. So, but what we are adapting to is this we are able to see for the last 10, 15, 20 years. And the cost and production and International Solar Alliance that country has taken up in 2015, November, and then subsequent declaration made in COP26, November 2, last year. And then what kind of solar that we are doing, and what is the current technology that we are not able to make it because patent is with some other country, but we have got the capability to buy or own the company that who have been doing the research and producing the solar cell. So we have got that kind of capability. And in the country now, the kind of competition that is going on, it is the cheapest one. 1.5 years back, 1.99 rupee per watt, per kilowatt hour, or whatever is the capacity, that which is the cheapest in the world. Though we are not producing, but we are not manufacturing, we are harboring it, we are getting it, assembling it, and bringing a change in our own country. So the technology, then innovation, research and development, there is a huge scope. It doesn't belong to only particular discipline that we study. It is all open in the open market. So especially combustion since the industrial revolution are responsible for steady increases in atmospheric concentration that we know. There are many facts are there, and I have highlighted there. And climate change adaptation, what are the things to be done? Adjusting policies and actions are going on, and whatever expected change that are happening, these are all, taken out, already debated, discussed, discoursed, published. Now, in International Solar Alliance, whatever is the Elsevier has made this spark or some one journal itself. There is a series of publications are coming up in solar technology. Elsevier has taken up a journal, started a journal just recently. So ethical questions, politics, and so many things are involved. So many activists are there. Young school child are also there. And then taking on climate change and adaptation and mitigation part, let us see some of them. Many are going on, but some of them looking at that, what is going to happen in this century, then whatever projections that we are making based on the last 30 years, 40 years of data, these are all becoming now a failure. And we are not able to address them properly because every moment now changes are happening. Even high-speed computers modeling are not able to address what is going to happen in the next 1 year or 2 years. But projections have been made even a decade back that what is going to happen in another 80 years or 90 years or by the end of this century. But those are all being questioned now. I'll show that what are the aberrations that are going on. What are the aberrations in such kind of publications, and what is the mean or average of that? Some kind of sources are also there. So I go little quickly, show you something that there are so many efforts are going on, carbon monitoring system, but I just skip this. Slides are there, here it is available. What is happening that this is one of the controversial thing, which is, cooling is also going on. 2 years back in New York City, where New York, Washington, this area were under minus 20 degree for 2 months. But it was not, it was there, they are able to adapt to that. So there are some cooling also. But peer-reviewed papers predicting global warming, the red-colored one, and cooling years back, 50 years back. So we are now more towards global warming, but there are systematically for the last lakh of years, ices and everything has been documented, but those are becoming now, yes, it is a history, but we have to now adapt to it the current situation that we are facing. So modeling part, 3D modeling part, there are many researchers and groups are working. And this is the area that where most of our research, computations, energy, search are going on an unending manner. And then the kind of projection that being made, they are now global warming projections, 1.5 degree limitation, Sendai framework, all these things have come till 2030. Everybody is trying now midterm evaluations are also going on. And so I go little more faster. So what is a global hypothesis failed, rejected, and hypothesis adapted? That is also being shown by various model. And then what are the things? But there are the kind of changes that happening in the last so many years is also reported that because of the wildland fires. And now let us see that we cannot go more with the kind of dams these days. In our country, around 6,000 dams are there, but we cannot make more. Many more dam projects are going on, but now we see that they are not ecologically, they are very much sensitive, and system and environment are changed a lot. So we have to find out some alternative to dam. But we know we have been traditionally making it, but now not many. But what are the alternative then? Micro alternatives are there. So that part I would like to highlight over here is that, what happened? Okay. That now nationwide program is going on to make, pond. And in Delhi also, we have the count that how many hundreds of water bodies were there, how revival process is going on. But with the addition of the material, which is being shown over here, which are now being used in farmhouses, many of the farmhouses in Gurgaon or even in Sainik Farm or even in Noida, that to store water, wherever it is, it may be on the plain ground, it may be in the farmhouse, it may be in the city area, it may be in the hilly area, wherever you want. Only one geomembrane is being used, which is another preformed product is our water tanks in our rooftop, or even these days it is replacing many of our drain pipes and municipality areas. These are all byproducts of crude oil process. Without that, because in 1960s, only 3-4 products were there out of the process of the crude oil. But now more than 6,000 products. And means including this material, all these are coming from the petroleum byproducts after crude oil. So we cannot go back, only reduce, no crude oil, nothing. But the kind of industry that we have made in the last 60 years, from 6 to 6,000 materials we are producing. So in that case, while we cannot look back 60 years back, only 6, we cannot satisfy ourselves. Whatever computer started in 1975, 80s, now only one technology was there at that time. Now there are hundreds of technology has come up and joined together, making a smartphone or whatever smart devices we are making. So one thing is that we have some material that which are produced from fuel, that crude oil process industry, but using them in a varied manner to solve many of our day-to-day problems, especially water, storage, or cleaning them. Even geotextiles are being used to clean, and also efficiency of the sewerage system, using only few rupees of geotextile layer, non-woven layer, can increase the capacity as well as maintenance gap also can be increased. Only few rupees of geotextile that which can be used in the beginning, and the filtering of those sludge, that can make and help a lot. So such kind of innovations using the materials that which are available, we can make it. Like these are the, we can throw the seeds even 100 meters away, hydro seeding. Just growing that in a where we cannot grow green grass, so we can do that. So these are, of course, now this more than 20 years, this is in practice. But in our country, especially in Chhattisgarh or Odisha area, now many of the mines area, mine dumps, they are being greened by spraying this thing, hydro seeding, or even using some kind of green solutions, which I am going to provide. Even fly ash, which becomes a health hazard. There we are able to grow the greenery, green grass and other thing, so that fly ash do not fly. So some kind of modification, changes with the means and material that available, we have to use them. This is a pond in Delhi, and there are 4 or 5 such projects have been taken up. And here life of water is dead, no fishes grows there. And this is how we make our water reservoirs and other things, including the entire Yamuna River. So what kind of nature-based solutions? The extract from about 100 plus medicinal plants taken and used it, simply cleaning it in a span of 15 days. No smell, nothing. Again, bird life or fish life or life has come over. Cost is hardly, it is a 2.5 acre of dead water, which you see, smell and other things, where no life is there, no water life is there. It is brought back to this one. You can check it there in Rohini area, that still water is so clean that cost is only 3 lakh rupee. For 1 month treatment has been made. It is in 2020. Now, even almost after 3 years also, the life is like this. So we can bring a lot of change into our day-to-day life, city life that we are facing a lot, because treating them in a sewage system is not possible. It is in a pond area. We cannot carry them. So, and then whatever you see that greenery is being grown, this site, a green grass is being grown, and it is treating the water, wastewater, industrial wastewater by this process only, because sewage system cannot treat them. We have to keep it in the nature, the way Yamuna River or canals are flowing. But we have to make
Dr.
such kind of
Ghosh,
alternatives. Yeah.
quickly.
Yeah, just only 2 slides more, and some of the things that we can make such kind of changes in our urban flood. Hardly it cost anything, only putting some kind of, waterproofing agent, or bring such kind of reliability by making some water barrier which enters into our courtyard, or especially during urban flood created by us. So these are all, we can increase the capacity of the stream or river or canal quickly during flood. Then we can also stop immediately the water flowing into the down. And we can stop. These are to be taken by community, by ourselves. And like this. So, I would say that we can make maybe 10 lakh liter storage of water, carry this membrane, go to the river bank or river bed, store it for the season that when there will be water shortage. So these are that geomembrane bags. So, I would say that aqua dam, we can maintain the communication. We can make in our household also this kind of material which are available. All are byproducts of fossil fuel process. All are geomembrane and all are byproducts of fossil fuel. Anyway, now of course, river linking is a lost thing, but we have got now many through pipelines, we are replacing now most of the canal. Pipeline can be laid maybe say 100 kilometer per day. That kind of capacity we have, 2 meter, 3 meter diameter pipeline, geomembrane pipeline. And last but not the least, I would like to highlight that what is before earthquake in Bhuj and what is after here because of the soft story. No one of us looked at what went wrong into that. So there are many monuments and buildings have broken because of the soft story. So, and some of the defects are there in our building, corners and everything, but we mistake it in the resilient structure and corners are broken like this. But some of the measures that we have to take in such kind of soft story that which cannot be done during construction, but after construction, we can make them resilient by making, cutting the column, put a vibration isolator, then we can make all our sub-story. We have done several experiments, 6-story, 8-story building, just failing in few seconds when we recreate the earthquake that which is experienced, that it is broken at the ground floor, means upper story. So that kind of things now we can retrofit them, we can make them habitable, live, safe by cutting the column, putting the vibration isolator so that no vibration goes outside. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ghosh.
And to say the last, infrastructure grading, we don't do that. Our infrastructure grading, we have not started. America has been doing this infrastructure grading. Road, railway, tunnel, park, canals, their grade is C-. And we have not yet started or thought about that. So there is a big report is available every 3 years. They have invested now $1.2 trillion in 2021 November for taking care of these melodies in the building and infrastructure and of several range. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Moving quickly on to the next sub-theme, cities today are often crowded, but also characterized by desolate placelessness. As Professor John Friedman once said, urbanism is yearning for the palpable physicality of cities and the everyday need for social contact. The city is now often less about places or of their sense, but more about power and disempowerment. Bernard Hunt, a well-known British architect, noted, we have architects, we have planners, we have mixed use, we have mixed tenure, we have highway engineers, we have urban design, community architecture, neighborhood strategy, and whatnot. What seems to have happened is that we've simply lost the art of placemaking. We are good at putting up buildings, but we are bad at making places. I now first invite Dipendra Prasad and then Professor Arunabh Dasgupta to share their views, experiences, and practices on placemaking.
Sri Dipendra Prasad is the principal architect at DPAP, a firm working on sustainable design of buildings. He has 25 years experience in designing and delivering projects all over the country and has won various awards and design competitions in India and abroad. He has been involved with training people at various government and non-governmental bodies in the area of sustainable design and humane city planning. He is also the founder member and coordinator in INTBAU and is a former chair of its apex international body, the INTBAU ICC. He has done BA from School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi, and Masters in Energy and Environment Management from IIT Delhi. We welcome you, sir, and with that, I hand it over to him. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Amity School, the Department of Architecture, Professor Hajela, the faculty and students for inviting me. It's a special opportunity. So keeping with the theme, basically, we're talking about cities and how to make them more appropriate. We're talking about the National Capital Region. It's probably the biggest and the most unsustainable area that we have. But how do we, and that's a question I thought, we could ask ourselves over here, especially with, large number of students, I believe mostly undergraduate students over here and the faculty. So what is really a sustainable city? To some extent, we are trying to grapple with the issue of what is a sustainable building. But what is a sustainable city? It's a much larger organism. It's a much more complex organism. And there are various tools and methods and tricks which are being tried out. And I think a number of my colleagues have talked about those tricks, and I'll probably try and elaborate on those. So, sustainable city, smart city, humane city. I can move the slides on my own, I guess. Yeah, okay. All right, yeah, great. So, what kind of a city do we want to live in? Do we want to live in a big city, a small city, a polluted city? So, it's not a dense city, a green city, or a clean city, an inclusive city. You know, inclusive city is something in which children, women, older people, they are included. Included means, of course, they're there, but they're designed for. Let's say for older people, you'll design a pedestrian path where they don't need to climb up a lot, and many other examples. A heritage city. Delhi has a lot of heritage. How do we include it? How do we not make enclaves of heritage, but try and include it with the city experience? How do we make the heritage visible, and many other criteria? Or as we're talking about today, a sustainable city. Rather than delve into a lot of technicality, I'll delve into a favorite story of mine. It's a small story. It's about two young characters. There is Varsha and there is Ram. Okay, so Varsha is a girl and Ram is a boy, of course, as you can see on the slide up there. And they don't live too far away. Yeah, I'd like all your attention. They don't live too far away from each other in New Delhi. And is there a pointer here as well? Yes, there is a pointer. So that's Varsha's residence. So it's a multi-story group housing society. All of you have seen that kind of a building. And it's about 1,500 square feet residence, 5 in the family. And it's a RCC brick house. Yeah. Now, Ram lives in something like a Kacha Pakka residence, which is also Pakka to some extent and is brick primarily. There might be an RCC roof as well. And there are 8 in the family. That's the kind of accommodation that we are aware of. All of us have seen these all around town. Now, if you look at it purely from the environmental angle, there are many aspects, but if you look at it from the energy side completely, so energy can be put into the form of its units, which are joules. You can also convert it and simply utilize the unit of electrical energy. The unit of electrical energy, as all of us are aware, is kilowatt hours. That is units, the number of units that we pay for the electricity, for the air conditioning that we are using. We pay 5 rupees, 10 rupees, depending on the kind of requirement and the usage. So, in energy terms or energy aspects, where we try and reduce the amount of energy being consumed, we look at a parameter called EPI. Now, this EPI is what we call as Energy Performance Index. Now, what that means is that the unit of that would be kilowatt hours per square meter per year. Now, square meter of what? Square meter of the building which you are occupying. And year is the year. So, within a year, how many units are you using per square meter of your building? So, that's a metric which is being universally now recognized to see the energy intensity. And of course, since we are trying to reduce energy, so will we try and increase it or decrease it? We'll try and decrease it. Yeah. So now we compare these two situations, coming back to Varsha and Ram, where we see that Varsha utilizes an operational energy requirement. And what is operational energy? is basically the energy which we use to run our buildings, which is your air conditioning, electricity, fans, coolers, etc., so on, which is the running energy, not the embedded energy, which has gone into the materials, but the running energy. So let's compare that. And in that, we see that the operational energy for Varsha's housing is about 296. I'm not getting into the EPI detail bit because that'll take a lot of time. 296. And in case of RAM, and this is a basic back of the envelope calculation for all of you, once you look at the energy units, it's about 105. Now, 105 is really a green building benchmark. So is this a green building? That's a question before all of us. Now, if we look at it from the point of view of not square meters of the building, but in terms of per person, which is another way of looking at it, per capita, then we realize that the value here for Varsha is about 10,000. And for Ram in this case is about 500. So, what I'd like you to note is basically the order of difference between Varsha and Ram in terms of that energy intensity. So how many times is it? In this particular case, it's about 20 times, 500 to 10,000, 20 times. Please note that. I'll move on to the next slide. Both of them study, and Varsha goes to the desirable school in town or in the city where everybody wants to be. That's a certified green building with 2,000 students, and the operational energy of that school in school days is about 82. Now, Ram goes to the neighborhood government school, and it's a red brick structure, no air conditioning, and the operational energy is 11. If you look at it per capita, it's 300 here and 15 there. So how many times difference? You would notice it's about, again, 20 times. Now, in reaching the city, reaching the school, they also traverse the city. How do they traverse it? Now, they're going to the desirable school, so they're going in the desirable car. Varsha travels by that desirable car, and she and her brother are driven maybe 10 kilometers by car, and you can convert the energy units of the petrol into, again, kilowatt hours. It's a simple conversion. So you get about 2,000 per capita. Again, now Ram takes a local bus for the neighborhood school, or is dropped on the cycle by his father, and that's about 100. So that's again 20 times. So what we realize is that although in terms of comparing Varsha and Ram and their lifestyles, their footprints, as we call them, footprint, environmental footprint or energy footprint. So there is a difference of this much in that of their buildings, but in terms of per capita, per person, the difference is huge. So I think the sustainable cities also need to address how much to build, how to build right, how much is enough. Accessibility and the local infrastructure, availability of local infrastructure, availability of that neighborhood shop, and planning for that. That's more important than just designing green buildings. The essential issue here becomes, which I'd like all of you to look at and address, is that whether this sustainable or sustainability movement or green movement, has it been able to bridge that social divide? Is this guy green or is this guy green, and who's more green? That's something which one can discuss. And there'll be startling revelations in that. So what is the kind of, new smart city, sustainable city that we talk about? That's the kind of image that we try and put forward. But really, when we talk about delivering a truly sustainable, a happy city, a humane city, what are those quick points? I'd like to put forward 4 quick points, which maybe I think we need to keep about. And they're essential for getting to that target of a really, truly sustainable city, a happy city. a humane city, a city built for the people. So one is, of course, walkability. It's being talked about in a huge manner. There are many pedestrian precincts being built on the side of the road. I live on Aurobindo Marg, and on side of the road there is this passage which is being built purely for pedestrians. Now the question before us is, how do you reach that passage? Do you reach it? Do you drive a car to reach that particular passage? So that becomes a question. So can we build for walkability? Can we plan for walkability? The road length is increasing, but the road length per vehicle is decreasing, as we know. 1/3 of our city is just covered with roads and parking. On Aurobindo Marg, although that's where I live, although 50% cars take up 50% of the road, but are responsible for only 17% of the trips which are being done. So I think that's an issue. And is that the image that we are promoting? If we are, then we're going wrong. As INDBAO, I was introduced as part of INDBAO. INDBAO is basically an NGO which is working internationally, trying to promote appropriate cities, humane cities. And this is done, as we talked about, even with the other presenters, through a community approach, through bringing the people in. So this is an example of Pune, where we looked at, the inner city of Pune, Shivaji Road, very highly congested area, and how different, stakeholders, the residents, the workers were brought together to look at, walkability issues, public transport issues, how to make dedicated pedestrian networks, and so on. So that's, I think, the need of the hour. And, the gentleman from, TCPO talked about local area plans vis-a-vis the master plan. So I think that's where the intervention is. Huge master plans have been done, but where do they lead us? Second point is about city expansion versus compaction. So so cities are expanding hugely. We're having large projects, large city projects, city extension projects. We're also involved in some of them. They go by green. They're called smart cities, sustainable large cities. What about the existing city stock that we have, the old city, the inner city? Are we working on that? When you extend out, you spend huge energies in taking the water, the power, the transport, as compared to actually just making the inner city better. So can we look at that? Can that be a priority? And I would urge that to be an issue before the conference and before your department. And that's where traditional cities, traditional places that we talked about. This is a picture of Jaipur with their compact multi-activity streets, active places. You can see the level of activity over here. They make things truly active, happy. You create viability for the public transport. And this is, of course, an issue which has been all over the world. So these are examples where, derelict, places all across. This is an example from UK. So they've tried out how they can add a number of things here. So in this derelict area near a factory, they're talking about, creating paths. They're talking about creating shopping precincts, kiosks, and so on. We're also working with various market associations to help develop these things, but it's a slow process. But it's very, very important, and we need to work there. I'll get to, the third part is that of mixed-use cities, where the different parts, residential parts, commercial parts, are not separately zoned out, but are really working together. Last point, the aspect of density versus height. So in terms of designing or planning cities, so a lot of you are now planning buildings, but you'll be going on to maybe planning cities or part of cities. That's the kind of image, again, which is being talked about. Tall towers with huge gaps, and they say that these are green. Why? Because they cover less ground and they leave a lot of space green. But what about those people who are up there in the towers? Are they really connected to the ground? They're far away from the ground, and They have no way to use that. So they're completely disconnected from the space which was supposed to be for them. And if you look at it specifically from our side, so we've been actually doing, publications like these for the government, and doing a number of trainings where we're also looking at energy values. If you compare the embedded energy value of a tall tower versus something which is shorter, a high rise paradigm versus a lower rise or a medium rise, wider development, higher covered area development, then the basic energies which are spent in tall towers in making them, transferring lifts, energy, services, water, electricity up and down are huge. So that's where we get these kind of towers. There's a help sign there. And as compared to that, a more distributed horizontal development also allows you to look at the roofs. And Sir talked about how to utilize the roofs for energy, solar, how to utilize them for food. Can you reduce the footprint of the city? Can you grow within the city? So I think these are aspects that must really form the core of our thinking and in the development of our cities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rupin. Now invite Dr. Dasgupta.
So, Professor Arnav Dasgupta is an urban designer and professor at the Department of Urban Design at School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi, as well as the coordinator of Center of Urban Design Innovation at SPA. As founder member and president of Institute of Urban Designers India, he has been actively promoting the idea of holistic urban design across Indian cities while creating alternative development frameworks using community participation as a central tool for local area design. He has been involved in multiple projects at urban scale for a range of Indian cities as advisor and consultant to various state and municipal government agencies. Presently, Sir is an expert member of the Heritage Conservation Committee for NCT Delhi and State Heritage Advisory Committee of Himachal Pradesh. Over the last 30 years, through applied research projects in rural and urban Himalayan settlements, he has been pursuing the larger question of the role of architects and designers beyond the city. Within the academic arena, Sir is involved in coordinating urban farm labs for developing interdisciplinary experimental research by design methodologies that encourage exploration by students and lab mentors as citizen designers. While theoretical pursuits revolve around contemporary discourses concerning urban transformation and city futures. He has lectured extensively in numerous institutions in India and countries across the world. He is a member of Board of Studies in many architecture and urban design programs of Indian universities. He is presently coordinating multiple research and student exchange programs with universities abroad. We welcome you, sir, and with that, I hand it over to you.
Presently, I am also the only person standing between you and lunch. Right? Apart from all the nice things that you heard about me. But this is the real thing. Thank you, Amit. He's not here right now. Thank you, Amity School. Thank you, everyone else. It's been really nice for me to come to your place and try and share a few words that I had to share. I was not preparing for a presentation, but I was asked that I should make one. So here you are. You have something to go back home with or to lunch with. This is a presentation that I had put together very quickly, just a week, less than a week back, near the airport in Delhi. Because there's been a lot of word on Delhi since the morning, I thought it's important to face some of the realities of the city. Not just the fact that it is a national capital, which is also a reality, but also, and that it has a population more than 30 million almost now. But that in the city of Delhi was also another city called Old Delhi. And this Old Delhi is one of the densest parts of the city. We have a lot to learn from it, and we also have a lot to discard. And that is the reason why it's important that it is debated in our circles. If we don't do that ourselves, then somebody will come and bulldoze it. And we know that bulldozers are a rage these days. It goes everywhere, whether you like it or not. And one day that bulldozer will go into Old Delhi and it will raise down things that you really loved. And before it does that, we hope that we will try and put together in drawing a little bit of what Old Delhi represented. So here we are. We are trying to see whether we can preserve urban heritage and we also can strengthen local identity, right? By doing so, we are hoping that we will be making places or helping places make themselves. Also, I have colored the two operative terms, urban heritage and local identity. There is a reason behind it. If you look into what SPI is really about, you will find that there is an urban design department, an urban planning department, and there is an architectural conservation department. Now, it's architectural conservation that usually looks after heritage and continuities, especially local continuities. But the department is called architectural conservation. It is not urban conservation. And that is why it is important to see what these terms mean. Where should I be pointing this? This one. This one. On the right. And this one is the point. This is the point. So that's what I wrote down here, saying that this is not an architectural heritage that we are discussing, and also that the architectural heritage is usually about an urban artifact, and here we're talking about local identities of urban artifacts. Now, each of these areas in the city are also places, and these places are not necessarily made by designers or architects and planners and all the professionals that we know of, but they're also made by citizens of the city who stay in these areas. They call it their own place, and these places then become places for us also to document and understand. Suppose tomorrow Shahjahanabad becomes Mayur Vihar, then what happens to local identity? What happens to architects and urban designers or urban planners who say that we are protecting urban heritage and also making places? Can Shahjahanabad become Mayur Vihar? That's a question. People might be thinking no, but the bylaws say yes, right? Because bylaws say that you have to have a setback and that you have to have a minimum square meters of green space in front of your house or along your house. You have to do many things which many of the citizens of today would call places. These are not what places were like when original inhabitants of the city were in Old Delhi. So that I think is important to understand, that will such kind of places become the most important place in the city, and hence it will spread everywhere. So can Shahjahanabad become Mayur Vihar? That's a question we need to interrogate into it. Can parks become those, thin linear green strips and still call themselves parks, right? Yes, they can, because they're green. And also they house 2 or 3 trees, and they're surrounded by a boundary wall called a fence. And we then say that, look, my place is full of parks, right? But they're parks of this kind, not the kind that we are usually used to in an old city. So who makes our city? Do the citizens have a role to play at all? We heard about local area planning, and I think that is the first place where cities start getting created by the citizens. They start getting understood as areas which needs to be seen. As architects and designers and planners, we look at old city maps. We try and find out whether the city is changing. Some city maps are actually about heritage, and some city maps are actually about transformation. And both maps are equally relevant, and they need to be studied by all of us. We talked about mixed use just a little while back. And while we talked about the citizens' level of mixed use, that a city needs to have. We also looked at communities living in a certain way and all mixed in nature. But they did live in a certain way. And that living is as important as the uses of a building. So I felt that it's important that we come to terms with some of these very important areas. Master plan was not known by us too long back, till the time this kind of an incident happened in the city, and it is still happening. This incident was called sealing of the city of Delhi, capital city of Delhi, sealed. I am a victim of that sealing. So many other people are. We got sealed out during the summer vacation from a college that we all were taking pride in teaching, and we had to go to the Jantar Mantar to raise a hue and cry on Teachers' Day after the school opened, and we found that our gates were locked. Our gates were locked because the master plan did not say that this should be an institutional area. It said it could be any other area but not institutional. But we did not even know what the master plan was. When this happened, then the master plan got sold as a common person's master plan in every red light of the city. Right? So every traffic signal had a few vendors selling a master plan copy. This is when we came to know the power of a document called the master plan. We also realized the legality of it. And this legality was not only realized by us, but very importantly realized by the Supreme Court or the High Court of Delhi, who said that you better follow the plan, otherwise you seal the city. As simple as that. Just seal it. And it was a 400 years old city that we were sealing. And we were sealing every part of it, whether posh or whether commercial, whether residential, whether institutional, every part of it was getting sealed. And while we were doing that, we realized the value of a document that we call the master plan. So we went back to the old maps. We looked at what the map said. At one point of time, the old map said that there was a very important garden in the old city called the Jahanara Garden. Next to the Jahanara Garden, there was a sarai. Next to the sarai, there was an octagonal compound or a plaza called a square called Chandni Chowk. And we had an axis from the Red Fort on the right to Fatehpuri Masjid on the left. And this axis would be very important for the old city of Delhi. And that's what the map said. This park, Jahanara Park, was from the Begum of the Mughal king, Shah Jahan. Today, the Jahanara Park has become something else. The garden has changed itself. It is what we call as transformed. And I think the measure of that change is also the measure of whether we are going up or whether we are going down or whether we are not going anywhere. This is what I think is necessity. So just by saying that our places are transforming does not mean that we have documented change. New Delhi came into Shahjahanabad. It could not get in, but it went round and round, and it created two railway stations. One was inside Shahjahanabad, which was within the Jahanara Garden, and the other was outside, called the New Delhi Station. Because the old Delhi Station, the New Delhi Station were all around Shahjahanabad, today Shahjahanabad is actually a place of godowns. Right? We need that place, remember. The citizens didn't do it. It was made by us who decided one fine morning that stations were more important than people who lived in a place. And then the old New Delhi also started coming in. Every 15th August it comes in. It goes at least in the Red Fort, if not Chandni Chowk. But today we know that even Chandni Chowk has got in. So in urban design, we do a little bit of change, documenting of change. We don't document monuments. That is not a part of our documentation. Architectural Conservation Department can document monuments and its architecture. We document mostly the fabric of the city. We document something that is inside or within, and we decide whether this, what is called within, is also heritage or not. And when we go inside, we realize that the planners' land use ideas of red being commerce can also be broken up into colors. Even the red is not just red. The red is so many things. And those so many things are not only happening in plan, they're happening also in elevations and in sections and in different kinds of flows of material. So this idea about what the planner sees, what we see, gets looked at in terms of this idea of placemaking. We look at buildings as building artifacts. As we said, that a Haveli in an old Delhi or an old city will come down one day. Unless the Haveli, like we saw in the lower picture, gets transformed, which means it gets changed. This Haveli, which is in the lower picture, is called the Dharampura Haveli. In the Dharampura Gully, there are many such Havelis. All of them belong to the upper pictures, not the lower ones. The lower ones were selected, and it became a pride of a politician who happened to have Delhi at his command at that time. Right? Today the politician is there, Delhi is not there. Tomorrow Delhi will come back, and then again he or she will become very active. So what we did, this was a 1990s map, and that's why it's important that we look at architecture and urban design simultaneously. We do documentation of architecture, and while documenting, we draw it. And while we're drawing, we realize the value of it. We also do documentation of the lane that is where the architecture is. That lane is urban design. It's not just architecture. So we document both of them, and we realize we've documented something. 1990s, which means it's more than about 30 years old, and even more. We document the streets. We realize that it is a social space. We document the buildings around the streets. We realize some of the buildings might have retained the Haveli footprint, and but changed its use, called the school today. The others would have actually not retained the Haveli footprint, but would have subdivided it into many footprints. And that would have created another kind of street. Only thing is that in this slide, the left-hand side and the right-hand side elevations are actually belonging to the same street, right? So it means that transformation is happening along a street on two different ways, and we need to simply look at the pathway for it. The portion that I've colored and put a small logo, here, this one here, right, is actually the transition between the street which is in front, which is what urban design is all about, and the Haveli which is behind, which is where architecture is all about. So when we look at architects and urban designers, we realize that we can perform dual roles simply because our roles match and we work it out. Now, why did I circle this part of such a nice, beautiful building? First of all, this is an important building. I'll let you know about it very shortly. But this part is actually about all those photographs, right? And this is where, as I said, urban design happens. This is where common spaces happen as places. And these places are actually for people who walk the streets. So if you want people to walk the streets, if you want strangers to come and sit in front of your buildings, if you want them to chat and discuss and talk, then you create what we would call today as extended plinths. And these extended plinths are created by the localites themselves, but not for the localites, not necessarily only for the localites. And that's why I feel that it's important to look at the urban designing of an architecture in a city. And it can be anybody, including the people of the city itself. Today's architecture does not have these kind of regulations, no norms. Therefore, today's architecture can remain architecture and not become urban design. You don't get a social street by not creating a plinth which allows people to be in the street. And that's the difference between earlier buildings and their drawings versus new buildings and our drawings now. It's the same us that is creating either of them. I'm putting this now only as a small little rejoinder. Chuttan Haveli was important because the front part and a little bit of area, mostly the front part was well maintained by the owner of the building. The rear part was given up for rents, and people would be allowed to come and settle in it, but they would also be allowed to come in to make the building crumble one day. Now, if you want to get a Haveli back in your position, you have only two choices. One is you either sell it off, or the other is to make it crumble, right? Then it comes back to you. So it is important that I maintain Havelis also that way. I take it out as rent in terms of my revenue, but I allow it to crumble because one day I'll give it off to somebody else or I'll build it myself. So that's how I think we are working through the Haveli. I said the Chuttan Haveli is important. We recorded it or documented it in the 1990s, in the 2020s or 2010s, 15s. A politician took over and converted this Haveli. This Haveli, by its ornamentation on the right, is the same Haveli. I could get into this Haveli and measure it fully, but now I couldn't because there is this fat gentleman who stands in front of it. Now, when I went and told him that, look, I want to go inside, he said, sorry, you can't go inside. This Haveli has now become Dharampura Haveli. It is owned by a politician. You are no good here. We don't need you here. Please go around it. I knew it was the same Haveli and I had the documentation of it and now I know what it is. And they charge hell of a lot, right? There is a restaurant also inside. And what they sell on the streets outside, they also sell inside, but at least 20 times the cost. Then we went to some other Haveli, which was done by one of my students. I tried to go there and I found this group of people sitting and standing and chatting there. The person on the right is the politician. He is now, he is the BJP politician of that area, right? He has an office or a compound in Bengali market. And the people on the left are obviously tourists who come. This is the second Haveli that is coming up in Shahjanabad. We all talk about adaptive reuse. Well, adaptive reuse is happening, but I don't know whether it's happening for us. So it's a way in which we talk about preserving heritage or preserving an old city, but we don't know who it is for. We also came to know schools are getting created. They're very, very important. But we realized that Haveli could have created a school. It had already created a school. And we found out that if you look at the Haveli in real detail, we would find that it is not just one building in one place. It is actually a building type. So if Mayur has apartments, Shahjanabad has Havelis. If you preserve a Haveli, you will preserve Shahjanabad. If you do not preserve apartments, you will not get more here. So the simple thing is, look at the building as a type. Don't look at the building as only an artifact worth conserving or preserving. You can preserve the type, you preserve the city. You don't want the type, then you will not have the city. We are at crossroads, we have to figure out what to do. We don't want Mayur, we want Shahjanabad to continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So thank you very much for being such patient listeners, and apologies for having extended the time. We really don't have time for question and answers. If you have any questions, maybe you will find answers in the later sessions, or you could reach out to any one of us for answers later. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you.
We are thankful to all the panelists for this engaging session. May I now request Professor Dr. Amit Hajela, sir, to kindly felicitate the speakers.
Thank you so much, all the panelists, and it was a wonderful session that we had. I think we went through an array of subjects of looking at climate resilience to the issues of the development of our cities and the way we look at the heritage and the city in the present context. I think it was a very, very engaging session, and I'm so grateful to all the panelists who could find time and to be with us this morning. Thank you once again, and we look forward to having you again at Amity University for more of our future events. I'm also very grateful for the team Jaguar, which is with us, our platinum sponsors, and thank you very much for your support in making this event happen. We always look forward to your engagement with us for our future events. Thank you.
Shri Sandeep Kumar, sir. Thank you, sir. Professor Dr. Chandran Ghosh. Professor Dr. Arnab Das Gupta. So thank you, everyone. With this, we come to the end of first technical session for the day. I request all the panelists and dignitaries to kindly join us for lunch, and all the students to please be back after lunch at 2:45. Okay, thank you so much.
Introduce you to the eminent speakers and delegates who shall be sharing their knowledge in track 2 of day 1. These speakers are Shri Anirudh Gupta, Shri Jacob Manohar, and Shri Lavlesh Sharma. I request you all to be please seated on the stage. Our session chair is Professor Dr. Amit Hajela, Director and Domain Head, Amity School of Architecture and Planning and School of Design. Sir, I request you to be please seated on the stage. Please give a welcome round of applause to our dignitaries and panelists for track 2. Let me have the privilege of introducing our session chair. Professor Dr. Amit Hajela is an architect and urban designer involved in professional practice, academics, and research since last 32 years. He's a fellow of the Indian Institute of Architects, fellow founding member of Institute of Urban Designers India. He's currently expert member UGC National Education Policy 2020, IDP Committee, Ministry of Education, and expert member CCPD, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment, Accessible India Campaign. He's an expert member on Smart Cities program NIUA. He has been involved with undergraduate, graduate, and doctoral programs offered by top institutions in the country and has conducted several studies on urban development and governance, local area planning, and public space design. The core area of his work is in the areas of urban design, campus design, and planning, institutional buildings for higher education, healthcare facility, corporate offices, and interiors with focus on sustainable design and green campuses, having applied state-of-art construction techniques. Materials with appropriate integration of smart technologies is also his forte. He's been a jury member for various design competitions and national architectural awards in India. I now invite him on the dais to share his thoughts, knowledge, and opinions with the rest of us on the first sub-theme of the track, which is Smart City Initiatives. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Janisha Jain. It's my pleasure to welcome all the distinguished panelists for this session. Mr. Anirudh Gupta, who is Director of the Government Advisory BDO Consulting India. Welcome, Mr. Gupta, to this session. Shri Jacob Manohar, Associate Town Planner, TCPO, who's joined us for this session. And Mr. Lavlesh Sharma, who is an urban infrastructure expert at the National Institute of Urban Affairs. So welcome, Mr. Sharma. As we all know that urban infrastructure is the lifeline
for any city to operate, and to ensure that the everyday life of a common man is not impacted. Rather, the systems of the city become a facilitator for his well-being and probably makes the cities more livable. The kind of issues that we have been confronting over the years is by virtue of the increase in the density in our areas. Series of master plans have always augmented the density structure, and by increasing the FAR, we consequently impact the densities of our neighborhoods. Apart from that, what falls short is the kind of underlying urban infrastructure which does not keep pace with the augmentation of the densities. And consequently, it gets impacted, it gets affected, and they're under tremendous pressure. However, we have been talking about the concepts of decentralization for several years, and where there is a great opportunity to look at the options available, to look at more innovative techniques, which probably could be utilized to the outcomes of achieving for the decentralization. And probably this could be done by virtue of some very simple neighborhood, local area based solutions. Now, these solutions can be very sustainable and probably would commit to our commitment to the SDGs, particularly the SDG 5, 4, 5, 6, and 11, where this becomes very, very significant to our consumption. Now, the very essence of the neighborhood and the concept of neighborhood and probably the participatory approach in planning can probably bring the issues of urban infrastructure to the fore, and probably through the people engagement and people-centric processes, we would be able to bring them to the urban development fold. Now, over the years, we have seen that the dynamics of the city and the growth of the city translates into issues of mobility. And people have to commute to various destinations from their places of stay. Primarily is the shift of the place of stay as a consequence of the affordability, which probably makes it easier for people to acquire properties in the periphery of the cities and consequently increases their trip time to their workplaces. Now, this has added a new layer of urban mobility, and at the same time, the automobile sector has kept pace with the demands. The number of cars on an annual basis have been on the increase. And though most projects that are being promoted, sometimes we miss those timelines. And as a consequence of timelines, the user demand increases manifold. We got the metros coming in. It's a very important layer of urban mobility and integrating it to the urban transit system as a whole. Now, this has brought in a new dynamics in the urban infrastructure sector. Apart from that, the Government of India mission, which was being launched in 2015 on smart cities, and 100 smart cities were being identified in the first phase. Apart from that, the other mission programs of Amrut, the Prasad cities and the Hridaya cities, they were all oriented towards larger provision of the urban infrastructure facility and augmentation of the urban infrastructure facility. Now, as part of this smart development, we have added another layer of technology to the entire urban systems as a whole. And this probably has to be dealt with both at the level of brownfield projects and also at the level of the greenfield projects. The program which has been launched by the National Institute of Urban Affairs, we all know, and also as part of the Accessible India campaign is the basic program, which is building accessible, inclusive, and safe Indian cities, is very critical to the part of development, which makes the cities more inclusive, more accessible, and at the same time, they are safer. So the concepts of crime prevention through environmental design are all integral to some of these initiatives, and they find a great role. The opportunities that exist with us is to look at the appropriate technologies which help us in decentralization, which can also do capacity building in the existing urban infrastructure. Say, for example, if we are able to delineate the areas
within a neighborhood from the larger trunk systems, and probably manage that both in terms of black and gray water treatment, in terms of our power demands, using the solar farm and the solar energy to augment and the requirement of energy. At the same time, have used technologies for appropriation management of solid waste. Now, if these are being done adequately, besides the emphasis on water management, the kind of crisis we are going to head towards by 2050 is in terms of water. So water is going to be the issue which was energy in the years of the 1970s is going to be the issue by 2050. And I think it is becoming increasingly important that we conserve water, preserve water, and manage water, particularly storm water management, in a very, very efficient manner. A lot of government policies are going in that direction, and the provisions are being made through the policy initiatives. The funds are being allocated, and probably all these are becoming integral to the larger developmental processes. So with this as a backdrop, it would be interesting to see that how we intervene within our cities, and probably what would be a viable model. I mean, there are very different complexities in the existing infrastructure, and probably what would be the learnings from the existing infrastructure augmentation for more greenfield development or maybe peripheral development. Now, what we see as part of this conclave is that we see almost seamless integration of our satellite towns to the larger national capital territory of Delhi. And that's where we share our resources in all sectors, whether it be in terms of WASH projects, or it could be in terms of urban mobility sector, or in terms of managing our resources and even social infrastructure for that matter. So with this, I would like to invite our first panelist, Mr. Anirudh Gupta, to share his thoughts and views on this subject, and particularly in terms of the smart city initiatives of which he has been a part. Over to you, Mr. Gupta.
I would like to introduce Shri Anirudh Gupta before he can present. Shri Anirudh Gupta has more than 25 years of experience in leading digital transformation programs at varying scales, designing national level programs and managing delivery of end-to-end project lifecycle from conceptualization stages. Having led multiple national level programs for Government of India, he set up the National Urban Digital Mission at National Institute of Urban Affairs for Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and led the urban rejuvenation initiatives under erstwhile Ministry of Urban Development. He has helped multiple states and city level organizations in the design and shaping of the urban technology driven initiatives. Prior to government consulting, Shri Anirudh worked with top-tier MNCs across India, Israel, USA for the product design and go-to-market strategies. He is an alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad and completed his bachelor's in engineering from Delhi University. He is currently working with Video India LLP in capacity of Director Government Business Advisory based out of the Delhi NCR office. Sir, I invite you to please make your presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Hajela and Ms. Nimisha. First of all, am I audible and can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
If you can get a slide, quick confirmation.
Yes, sir, your screen is good.
I would like to thank Amity University and Dr. Hajela for inviting me for this section today, presenting my thoughts. And for especially for setting up the context. Actually, just before joining, I was thinking maybe, was this, I was kind of internally deliberating, was this the right track for me to be a part of? And then if I may pick some points from Dr. Hajela's context setting, which were very relevant. You spoke about urban infrastructure, you spoke about technology capacity building, and then interestingly spoke about decentralization, spoke about participatory approach, as well as integration of various services. And then there was a touch point on greenfield, brownfield projects. So I hope in my presentation today, I'll be able to touch upon some of these points and see or demonstrate or show to the audience how technology is bringing all these points together, is helping in converging of all these systems. So the theme today is for my presentation is how
technology is being leveraged for transformation of urban India. Quick context setting, because I know a lot of our audience belong to the urban planning, urban design background. So, from my perspective, from this presentation, what could be some of the key takeaways? And if you could look at the presentation in the context of these three thought points. Basically, till now, or even till a few years ago, whenever we thought about infrastructure in the urban context, how did we think about IT? We think about water, we think about sanitation, we think about roads, transportation, metros, many aspects. How many of us think about IT as being a core component of urban infrastructure? And even when we do, how do we look at IT? I would like you to look at this presentation with this thought in mind, and hopefully some new thoughts, some new thought points get triggered. When we think about IT, many people and many of us think about applications, we think about codes. I want you to think about IT in the context of systems and design of systems thinking. And these become especially important when we talk about greenfield, brownfield, and these kind of cities. And the third aspect that I want to talk about is sustainability. Sustainability is a big buzzword, keyword. It's an important aspect that we are thinking about for today. While we think about sustainability in the environmental context, I would also consider you to think about sustainability from the initiative context. How sustainable are the initiatives that we are taking themselves? Because everything that we try to do, every infrastructure that we set up has a life cycle of its own, right? And can we build sustainability of these initiatives without IT? Or what role IT will play in sustainability of such initiatives? So with these three things, I do have a lot of slides, but they are mostly visual content. So I'll move through them fast. Any queries, any points, we'll take them at the end, hopefully. So is my screen properly visible to all? It's slightly, I'm getting some overlays over here. So basically the 2030, we are now talking about in the context of 2030, 2050, the urban opportunity, we are well aware of that a large part of our growth drivers are going to be cities. But then with the cities, there come the usual urban challenges in terms of infrastructure and most importantly in terms of governance in terms of how all the initiatives, everything that we are doing in the urban context, how it all stitches together. And we spoke about participatory approach and integration. They are also part of urban governance. So the challenges that the cities and our state and our country as a whole, when we look at it, what happens is, most of the things that impact our cities, they have multiple sectors. There are different, that are applicable at city level. Then there are sectors that are applicable at state level. With each of these sectors, there are different actors involved. Actors would be, parastatal bodies. There could be decision makers in the government and the context like that. And center brings its own set of challenges. So the amount, the key point here is the number of sectors that are involved and the stakeholders or the actors that are involved in effecting those decisions is numerous, is unprecedented for many other sectors. When we talk about a city level as a whole, I'm not talking about a sector in a city, but the city level as a whole. So when we look at it, the present scenario of urban management, the key challenges that people are facing are, wasteful, non-targeted in terms of expenditure, in terms of, fragmentation in landscape. There comes a different set of priorities. most important, data-driven governance. We all talk about data-driven governance, but when we are actually taking the decisions, how much data is available, lack of knowledge, and non-optimal utilization of resources. And all this leads into us not leveraging the full power of the resources at our disposal to serve the citizen and the end stakeholder. So this is a slight example I took from a parallel segment wherein we are seeing technology using the India stack making a big difference in many sectors, of course, driven by Aadhaar and KYC and UPI. So it's not that the technology cannot help us sort through problems that seem vexed at the present. The key element over here is a well-aligned digital infrastructure and the ecosystem that it enabled to build around it. Now, when we talk about current approaches to digital transformation, I'm talking about in the context of digital transformation now. We spoke about the cities, but now in the digital transformation for city context. See, we spoke about a lot of participatory approach and decentralization. But then to enable that, how do we engage with the citizens? That is a big challenge. Then the solutions that we have, many cities have done beautiful implementations, initiatives, but they are very localized, they don't scale well, and they do not allow that much of a two-way or a multi-way communication. The delivery times, whenever we talk about IT or IT infrastructural level interventions into, especially in the urban governance, there's a long lead time before development applications can happen. This was what we were seeing traditionally. And this, by the time those interventions mature, the industry has moved on, the challenges have moved on, or they have become multifold. So which leads into cost-heavy model. We see many cities and states that have been bought into by huge vendor lock-ins into their platforms that they have chosen. And these are some of the challenges that we deal with on a near daily basis. As of now, there are 3 or 4 major states of India that invested heavily in a digital infrastructure. And it's been now 7 or 8 years, time for a refresh. And they are heavily locked in to their existing vendors. And that is causing them major heartburn and heartache. So we'll look at how do we break out of this vicious cycle. So many of the, like we said, many of the city level solutions that we look at right now, they're very periscopic in nature. We look at a point issue and then we try to build the resources and the data and everything towards solving a particular issue. What lacks over there is a shared digital infrastructure which can be used as a fulcrum to build things at scale and set it up in months and not take years as we are seeing at present. So this is the technologies that were erstwhile kind of remote for us or cost prohibitive are becoming more cost effective for us using cloud-based solutions. We are having a more integrated ecosystems with the advent of advanced apps and citizen awareness campaigns. We are enabling the open standards based federated architecture, which which enables the decentralization that Dr. Hajela was talking about. And this allows, when we're talking, combine this with the environmental ecosystem support, we are seeing many more and more players coming and building apps on top of the existing infrastructure. Instead of having to start from scratch, look out the data, build up the infrastructure, they are able to build point applications better leverage the data for AI, ML, and IoT-driven solutions that we see today. So some of those examples are like hyper-local services that we are seeing being enabled today. And the key aspect that we achieve by breaking this vicious circle is that now things are more seamless. Things do not need to be built from scratch. And we can assume that a base level application is available, and we can start working on our core ideas instead of having to build the entire infrastructure from scratch, which was the challenge previously. And this is where the National Urban Digital Mission that we launched in February of 2021 starts coming into play and starts changing the game. It has been developed on the principles of being prosumer, which is producer plus consumer centric. So it's not just our way. We are pushing our solution. We are also taking feedback from the consumer and ensuring a prosumer centric utilization of resources. Needless to say, when we are talking about data and engagement at this level, privacy and security becomes a core element, and they are being brought into it by design as a central element and not a layer that is added on top of it of the whole solution, which was getting done previous years. Being citizen centric, we are focused on delivery of services because a lot of other base building blocks have been done. This enables peer-to-peer sharing of knowledge amongst city and urban practitioners. And being the core approach is that we provide a minimal basic building blocks which are functional, and then the cities, based on their level of maturing in terms of whether they are brownfield or mature solutions or they have other solutions, they can start building on top of it, open up certain segments for startups, MSMEs to contribute in. So that is, despite being minimalistic, it is inclusive. So till now, most of the programs that we talk about, even smart cities, they are targeting top 100 cities of the country, right? But India overall has 4,000 plus cities. So what happens to this long tail of 3,800, 3,900 odd cities? Some of those cities may get covered by Hriday and Amrut and other kind of schemes. But then what happens to this bulk of these small cities? How do we serve the citizens in those cities? That is one of the core target reach for the National Urban Digital Mission that was launched. One area that we want to revolutionize over here is, whenever we talk of PPP, in terms of, especially in terms of urban and in terms of infrastructure, we talk about public-private and partnership. So if you look at it from an approach perspective, we siloed a certain set of stakeholders into public sector. We siloed a certain set of stakeholders into the private sector. And now we are saying, okay, get into a partnership and break this silo. The PPP that we want to talk about over here is that of people looking at people as a whole, irrespective of what is their background, what is their, everybody has a role to contribute in the city. Whether they are officials of the city, they are urban planners, whether they are citizens, they are entrepreneurs, whosoever they are. And that's how we are bringing people together into this segment. Then we're talking about processes. So there was this process of bringing in innovation to the urban sector, and how these both of them, the people and the processes, they are coming together onto this platform. The platform that is ready to deploy, it comes with a set of services, and we'll look at some of those aspects going forward. And while the NUDM was launched initially with NUGP and NULP as the governance platform and the learning platform. The other platforms that are in the pipeline. Some of the ICCCs are already working and they played a good role during the COVID pandemic in collecting and dissemination of data. So that's some of the, this is the kind of PPP we want to target, people, process on a common platform. So what is NUGP basically and how the cities can benefit with it? So when we, so initially, when we started thinking about it, some of the initial first lines were drawn somewhere around, on the drawing board were drawn somewhere around 2011 time frame, during the time frame of what was then known as JNNURM. And then in Amrut, there was a e-municipality as a service that built upon it. And finally, in 2021, after almost 9 to 10 years of deliberation and working on enabling technologies, we were able to launch what was then called NUGP. It is now called the Upyog platform. What it enables is, now in these 10 or 11 years, the whole urban sector moved significantly. Now, urban governance, urban infrastructure for in terms of IT, what was mostly greenfield in 2011 had become a big mixture of mostly brownfield and matured states. So how do we bring all these three together? But they are still greenfield, like in there are certain states towards the northeastern sector and some of the other hill areas, which are still which have a good component of greenfield. And it's not just a state as a whole. Many of the states themselves have a mixture. You know, the larger cities or the tier 1, tier 2 cities in the states, they may be in the matured and brownfield segment, whereas the smaller, the longer tail of small cities, they are in the greenfield segment. So even amongst the state, inside the states, there's a mix of, you know, the maturity of the cities or the ULBs that are there. So we came up with a model to allow, from a federated perspective, that, you know, if they are greenfield, they can adopt the model as it is with minimal changes. If they are brownfield, they can pick certain elements and they can modify. And we'll see some examples of how what I mean by that and how the infrastructure allows for that. And then the matured states, they are doing fine. They are running their systems and processes right now. They can always come back to us. Currently, they can enable a data exchange. And then later on, when their current infrastructure is nearing towards end of life or looking for a refresh, they can come on to NUGP at that time. It's a choice that they have. We are not mandating it. So what exactly is does an Upyog starter kit looks like? So it has a central set of Upyog repositories and applications that are hosted on the cloud, a central instance of the cloud, which is being funded by MAHUA, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, and NIUA being the nodal agency for implementing it. And then we are coming up with certain basic implementations of services like a ULB portal, where the citizens can go and log in, do some transactions, lodge their grievances, those kind of transactions, basic sewerage facilities, water billing, and connections and those kind of requests, property tax, payment of property tax, calculation, self-assessment, public grievances we touch about. Then there are dashboards which are available for decision makers at the city level. And since we are talking of, we are building on top of a common infrastructure, it's possible to aggregate at the state level and even at the national level, depending on how the states enable it. Remember, we spoke about data privacy by design. So the biggest challenge that comes into rolling up of dashboards is ensuring privacy of citizen data, especially something which is called PII, personally identifiable information. So those kind of safeguards are there in the system by design, enabling roll up of dashboards at right up to the national level. And then there are certain utilities like fire NOC, and so this is a basic starter kit that comes out of the box in an NUGT. It's a layered infrastructure. I won't spend too much time on some of the technical aspects of it. The basic the takeaway over here is, if we're talking about a property tax kind of a solution, if you look at this pink line, we're talking about solution. A property tax will have a property tax calculator in it, the ability to do a property tax calculation. Then state levels, based on their laws and bylaws, will need their own specific calculators. So these facilities are available. And sometimes we even see within a state, city to city, the calculation method may vary. And we are seeing this in several implementations across states. So all these kind of facilities are available in a modular way. When we, so this is how, we'll just go through a small example of how these layers come into play into building up of services. This is purely for illustration. For example, we launch into a city or a state, we take a basic state licenses and property tax for now. They say, okay, these are the two modules that we need, and they are built on top of many other core services and data infrastructure layers. So data infrastructure layers will be able to, talk to different other public infrastructure goods like, the JAM Trinity, which is the Jandhan, Aadhaar, and mobile. So it's all the services are mobile friendly by design. They have hookups to Aadhaar if you want to link up any data. So depending on the appropriate provisions in place, we can do that. Just a second, I'm getting a call. Yes. Hello. Huh? Hello. Okay, so I'll wrap it up in 2 minutes. So we are talking about, this is in a layered format. This is how we are building up the system with the addition of other services, fecal sludge and solid waste, training certification. So they are all modular by design. This is core infrastructure. We call it a microservices based infrastructure, and from a digital infrastructure perspective, it's open API based. So cities can add on to it. With this, there's a case study from Andhra Pradesh that we were able to take 110 ULBs with the help of ecosystem into a less than 1 year of implementation. So I think with that I will conclude, and I think the time is also over.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for a very insightful presentation of the digital transformations that you talked about. I think we'll take questions at the end of the session if there are any from the participants. But I would now invite Mr. Jacob Manohar from the Town Planning TCPO to share his thoughts on the blue-green infrastructure.
Shri Jacob Manohar is working as town planner in the Town and Country Planning Organization, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, New Delhi, from 2006 onwards. He worked as town planner in Andaman Public Works Department for about 12 years previously. He has wide knowledge in infrastructure planning, land development techniques, and risk-informed disaster planning. He was actively involved in the implementation of centrally sponsored scheme UID SSMT under JNNURM. He worked in the implementation of Amrut reforms, development plan for Bhageshwar and More Water Township. Shri Jacob received his master degree in town planning from Anna University, Chennai, after graduating in civil engineering from Annamalai University, Tamil Nadu. Sir, I kindly request you to please share your thoughts and experiences on the dais.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Amity University organizers and Professor Amit for giving me the opportunity. And my topic is on blue, green, grey infrastructure. From the topic itself, you can understand what is blue infrastructure, what is green infrastructure, what is grey infrastructure. And so blue infrastructure is infrastructure combining with the water bodies, green with the natural vegetation, and grey, is concrete. Every infrastructure is more important. Every infrastructure is more important. Let me. So you can see that photos here. Last Saturday was in Alwar. So for some tourist purpose, you can see in the near the guest house, I have seen two peacocks, and after crossing like a 50, like a 500, you can say like a 50 meter or 100 meter, I have seen the roads along the streets of the Alwar. They are converting the full carriageway means full right of way into as a concrete pavement. So they don't want a green vegetation. You can see the even the footpath also they are making the pervious concrete pavements. What will happen? The problem will be the urban flooding. So we are in Chennai. We have seen a lot of urban flooding in 2005 and 2015, and in Mumbai also every year we are facing the urban flooding. What is the reason? It is because we are making a more importance to the grey infrastructure. It should be the combination of the green infrastructure, blue infrastructure, and grey infrastructure. So I can give the definition for the blue-green infrastructure. So blue infrastructure, as per the European Union, they have defined like that. It is an interconnected network of natural and semi-natural areas, including water bodies and green infrastructure. It should be integrated. For example, in Delhi, if you are keep on constructing the stormwater drains and the roadside drains, and there will be chances for the urban flooding. So you should have in between the lot of green infiltration basins, etc. Inside your campus, I have seen also the lot of infiltration basin is there. But outside your campus, you can see all the grey infrastructure. It should be balancedly integrated. And moreover, so now I want to explain the types of green infrastructure. I don't want to go into each and every slide. I will explain only the type of green infrastructure. That is infiltration basins. You can see in the photos itself, and stormwater green streets, and the green roofs, blue roofs, and permeable paving and subsurface detention system. I will explain one by one. Sorry. So infiltration basins. What is infiltration basins? It's something like a vegetation depressions designed to store the runoff on the surface. Whenever there is a heavy rain, you can store the waters Otherwise, it will become a dry. It is a dry. So that is the infiltration basins. Sorry, the presentation. So, and stormwater green street. You can know it's some streets. It's full of the greeneries along this, even in the pavement pathways, so that the water can fall down, so that the water infiltrate. So instead of taking all the waters like through the stormwater drain, through the concrete drains, you can make the water to pass into the soil, and itself it will absorb and it will improve the groundwater level also. And the next is the green roof and the blue roof. What is green roof? What is blue roof? Green roof means you can have like a terrace gardening in the top of in Singapore. You can see a lot of green roofs are there. But in India, we are still, we have to do all these things. And what is blue roof? Blue roof, you can store the waters. You can store even the rainwater water, and you can if it is rain is more, even you can remove. You can through the outlet you can pass the water down. So green roofs and blue roofs are more important for the green-blue infrastructure. And the next one is the permeable paving. Permeable paving, you may know, even in our parking space, in Amity University parking space, you have the permeable paving is there. What is the difference between the impermeable and permeable pavements? Permeable pavements, the water cannot go down. Water can pass through, and the impermeable pavement, the water cannot pass through. So we should have the permeable paving for the green infrastructure. And the second one is a subsurface retention system. In foreign countries, they store the rainwater inside the subsurface, inside the underground. They save the waters so that the water will be useful, when during the summer season and all. So this type of, in the photos we can see, this type of savings storage can be done. And you may know about a lot of things about the sustainable drainage system. So what is sustainable drainage system? Sustainable drainage system, I can explain you, it will protect flood protection, and it can be useful for the rainwater harvesting, and it can be useful for the natural and landscape protection. It looks very beautiful also. So this type of sustainable drainage systems are used in the smart city project and all. And now I want to tell about some of the case studies, international case studies that have been very successful in foreign countries. So one is the rain city strategy that is to be done in the Vancouver, Canada. You can see the rain city strategy in the slide. So here you can see there are a lot of water bodies. You can say there's a blue infrastructure, and you can see the lot of green infrastructure vegetations. And these are the natural based solution, and it is integrated with the built up environment. So this type of rain city strategy has been done in the Vancouver, and it improve and protect the water quality also. And it can improve the urban ecosystem. Sorry. And the second one is in Singapore, you can see ABC program that is called as a active, beautiful, clean water program. In Singapore, you can see the lot of water bodies. And to realize this full potential of the progressivity, develop drainage network of 17 reservoirs and 8,000 kilometers of drains, canals, and rivers are integrated. And that in that way, they make the active, beautiful, clean waters. All these waters are very clean. It's not like there is no solid waste and any water pollution is not there. And it's very beautiful also, and it's very dynamic. And these type of things can be introduced in our country also. And what is the difference between the ABC water program and our the normal water flood control program? In the traditional flood control program, we are always thinking about the drainage, stormwater drainage, and the comprehensive drainage program and all. But in the APC water programming and all, it's a slow down runoff and the natural based solution, and that is integrated with the built environment. You can see in the slides, photos. And I don't want to go further, so I will rush up. So in the Netherlands, you can see the agro land improvement through blue-green red working. And then in the Netherlands, they have the room for the river. Netherlands peoples are famous for this slope protection and other. They are using the dikes to protect the river, sea, and all. So they are using the natural based. What is the room for the river? They are constructing as in the slide. They are constructing the dikes. Like there are 30 locations in the Netherlands. They have constructed the dikes, something 50 meter in front, and they store the water. During the rainy season, the spillway water will be stagnated in the other areas. Okay. Then in the sponge city, Wuhan, China, you can see this is a sponge city concept. This is also green concept. And you can see in the Delhi also we have a lot of water bodies like village pond, lakes, marshes, step wells, biolis. We can use all these water bodies also, and we can waste natural based solutions. And in TCPO, we are in the advisory committee for the Chennai flood protection. For that, we have proposed some of the TCPO recommendations. Just within 1 minute, I will explain all these things. So we have proposed lake wetland protection authorities and impervious concrete pedestrian, and moreover all the water bodies in the Chennai cities to be preserved, and the existing water bodies, and we can use the land pooling techniques also in order to develop the lakefront development. We can use the land pooling. Land pooling means about the land readjustment and other things, as if the town planning schemes that they are implemented in the Gujarat and all, that can be used for the lakefront development, because land acquisition is a problem in India. So we can use the town planning schemes and all. And further, we have proposed so many things. Due to shortage of time, I cannot explain now. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jacob, for sharing your thoughts on the blue, green, and grey infrastructure. I think brought in some very, very innovative concepts that are being used, and also the implementation strategy being adopted by various countries as case examples. Thank you very much for your presentation. I would now invite Mr. Lavlesh Sharma from NIUA to present his thoughts on the blue, green, grey infrastructure and the initiatives being taken by NIUA in this direction. Mr. Sharma.
G. Lavlesh Sharma is the sector lead for water and urban infrastructure at the National Institute of Urban Affairs, India. NIUA is widely considered as a think tank of India's Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Shri Lavlesh has more than 13 years of experience as a development expert and urban infrastructure planner, architect, and academician in India and UAE. His areas of expertise include city master planning, infrastructure services, including urban water supply, urban waste management, blue-green infrastructure. At NIUA, he leads the urban water and infrastructure team. Previously, he has led the physical infrastructure vertical of Master Plan for Delhi 2041 project in association with Delhi Development Authority. Apart from a practicing urban expert, he has worked as an academician with various private universities, including Amity University, Noida, which is our very own university, and Dubai. Shri Lavlesh is Danida Fellow and holds an international certification degree from University of Aarhus, Denmark. He is also a trained architect and urban infrastructure planner from CEPT University, Ahmedabad, and he has done a water management certification fellowship with IIM Bangalore and holds a certificate diploma in big data analytics in urban management from IIT Roorkee, India. I would now request you, sir, to please come on the dais and present your thoughts and experience.
Thank you so much. I again convey my thanks and regards to Amity University and Amity School of Architecture and Planning, and precisely Dr. Amit Hazela, Dr. Charu for inviting me for this conclave. And on behalf of National Institute of Urban Affairs, I convey congratulations to Amity School of Architecture and Planning to organize this conclave. As Mr. Jacob just laid the foundation for the blue-green infrastructure, it is quite clear what exactly the aspect is. I'll take you to the first-hand experience of the Master Plan Delhi, how we have tried to attempt to improve upon the blue-green infrastructure part of the city of Delhi. Though Delhi is very small part of NCR, it's out of 50 odd square kilometers, just 1500 square kilometers in terms of area, but it resides almost more than half of the population of NCR. And yes, it's the focal point, it's the core, it's the center, being national capital. And I completely agree with what Professor Hajela said. In 70s, we were struggling for power. We are probably going to struggle for water, maybe if the business goes in the same way now onwards. And it's high time to touch upon the ideas to improve the water condition and the security for cities. And there is the SDG 6 precisely given a particular precise SDG, one full SDG for water for the cause. As the professor from SPA just mentioned in previous session, master plans have legal bindings. They stick and carrot both the approaches to make the city run better. In this particular case, I won't go into those legal parts. I'll just touch upon the softer aspects so that we can quickly see how blue-green infrastructure and the master plan together can make the city achieve the water security per se. This I'll. So this is quite clear to us what is exactly is blue and green, and just the whole idea is to put these two cousins together. That whenever one needs another, when it is more of water, when we receive it, green can help and percolate it, and it will store. If green is not there, we'll lose that water, and water is not getting created inside the earth at all, like the other ores and petroleum. Water is not at all being possible to create in the laboratories. It is the water, when it rains, we have to store. Either we'll store or earth will store. That is the only water we have to survive. And what water we receive in the rivers is just the matter of the water melted from glaciers, and the water inside the earth is the water rain on the city. So this blue-green infrastructure, when we put them together, the possibility to store the water and to flourish on that part. This is the popular case of Vancouver. I'll come to Delhi, just a very popular case when the city was going out of the water. They connected, it was quite green, but they connected it so that water is trapped in the city. Whenever it rains, water cannot at all, even the river, water won't go out of the city, and this is how they achieved the water security. It's a very classic example, old example, but a very classic example of blue-green infrastructure. Master Plan Delhi tried and attempted to improve the green and blue infrastructure for Delhi. There is a specific policy under the master plan. There are many policies a part of the master plan. One specific policy, very first time, sir, in last versions of master plan is the blue-green policy for Delhi. You will happen to see this. It's under the notification. Soon it will be notified and will be in public domain. And I request you all just quickly see that blue-green infrastructure policy, which deals with the legalities of the master plan, which anyways it is supposed to be, but on softer aspect, it really helps the city development process in a way that it remains more of blue and green and suffice more water for the city. Why at all for Delhi we need such policy? What you see here, two different pictures. On the left top side, you see it's very common case. It's not old picture, like it happens almost every year. Water logging in city of Delhi. It's quite common practice or common situation rather. And on the other side, water is being what Delhi is getting, water is scarce. Its report says, central government water report says water is moving toward water scarcity. So the city is getting flooded also City is also running out of water also. And this is the case. The Delhi is getting water is scarce. The central part, southern part, and eastern EDMC, East Delhi Municipal Corporation. These areas are getting this red part is more stressed right now. It is this red pocket is getting increased only. So Delhi is getting a lot of water, getting flooded every year in monsoon, and hence also water is there. So there is a time where we need to think if we can store this water, which is received by the Delhi basin per se. And Delhi has a lot of opportunities. It's just not like we are just simply saying, let's save water, and we have to put a lot of money and a lot of infrastructure to save this water for water table under Delhi. There is a lot of opportunity per se exists in particular case of Delhi. Delhi is quite green. And I tell you, as per the WHO guidelines, a city is healthy city if it has almost 10 or more than 10 square meter per capita green space in the city. And Delhi has 99.2 square meter per capita green space available in the city, and it has a plethora of possibilities where green, and what you see on the left side is the water bodies and right side is the green cover, and where the green cover on the right side image is the possibility to capture that that water which rains in Delhi. And the interesting map, what you see on the left side is those dots are nothing but the water logging points. There are many. If you see, there are really many across Delhi. When it rains, not heavy rain, I'm saying every rainy season, these many pockets are flooded. And on the right side, you have greens. If we can connect them together, this water can be saved. So under the blue green infrastructure policy, there are many attempts where we are trying to put in the local area plan. Somebody was talking about local area plan. Local area plans can be little more sensitive in their urban design terms, so that blue and green together can work in a way when water spills out of a drain, spills out of a nali, if it spills out of a water body, green can support it and get it percolated underneath. So these are some examples in the local area plans we have given on the street, in the campuses, along the malls and other buildings. Delhi this is picture from a very popular in terms of its overflowing in the vicinity. The edges are not green, edges are filled with the solid waste. If we can make it green, overflow of this water can be saved, and water can be conserved further. And there are many attempts by Delhi Development Authority. Along what you see on the top is the profile of the Yamuna River. Many green pockets has been created. Many biodiversity parks has been created. There are 6 biodiversity parks. Popularly, one of them is Yamuna Diversity Park, Biodiversity Park. They are not only restoring the ecology of the city precisely, but they are also one of the flood sinks and opportunity to save the water when it gets flooded. Moving towards the last part of it, what you see on the left side is the groundwater management plan by Central Groundwater Authority. There are some areas. See, water conservation, water percolation cannot be done across the city. There are some pockets which are handsome to receive the water. Which are fit for receiving the water. Master plan has identified those pockets across the city and has connected it to the low-lying areas where water logging and the Minto Bridge and some popular locations are connected to these points. So in that way, these green pockets, which works as a green park or pocket or any field or golf course across the year, but when it rains intensely, it develops as a water sink or water retention pond. It delays, as Mr. Jacob just mentioned, it delays the flooding and it helps the city. So water sinks has been created in the land use plan, which is the favorite part of a master plan normally. In the land use plan, it is very sensitively planned that low-lying areas are kept in the greenfield area. Low-lying areas are kept intentionally as parks or neighborhood green, so that whenever it rains, it receives water. So similarly, the green pocket around Delhi would help to consume or to percolate water and very interestingly, a lot of STPs are there. Almost 900 mgd water every day. 700 mgd water is getting created in terms of the wastewater. A lot of water is there which might go out of the city after treatment in the Yamuna, and it will go away from the city. It is an opportunity in terms of the percolation, in terms of the recharge of the groundwater, in terms of the recharge of the water bodies. STPs are now connected in the 5 kilometer radius area we have identified the water bodies near to the existing STP. And in spite of throwing this treated water in the drain and to Yamuna and moving out of the Delhi, we have connected these STPs to neighboring water bodies. And now these water bodies under Amrut 2.0, which has mandated to the cities to rejuvenate its 20% of the water bodies in coming 2-3 years, is a task doubly achieved. So this water is now used to rejuvenate the water bodies. So this is how we have proposed. And the pockets, Delhi now is moving towards it precisely in the next master plan, land use plan, where the new development is coming up. The green parts are precisely taken care of, the part of the development pattern. Also, one important thing, green cannot be like, we cannot just force development pattern to go for green. There has to be some incentive. So there is a factor called blue-green factor index. If you go for more green, a campus goes for more green, they'll get some incentive in terms of the rebate of property tax. Additional FAR is also proposed. If you go for a further green factor, you might additionally receive, if the FAR given for the particular area is 2, you might get 2.2 FAR. That 0.2 FAR is a really big gain. So people are not just forced, development pattern is just not forced, and a lot of incentives has been planned by master plan under the blue-green policy to make Delhi little more water secure and to receive more water. When we receive more water, it will percolate to the groundwater, not just leave the city out of the drains. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma, for sharing the various important aspects of the blue-green infrastructure being proposed in the Master Plan 2041. I think it's a very lucid presentation. You gave a fairly good overview as to how the objectives of water crisis can be achieved in the coming next 25 years, which also happens to be coinciding with the period of Amrit Kal that we have been talking about. And then now from celebrating the Urban Mahotsav, Azadi Ka Urban Mahotsav to the Amrit Kal for the next 25 years going to be very critical for the urban infrastructure and for the development of this country, and particularly from the point of view of the urbanization that is going to take place. I think in this context, this blue-green idea has to go beyond just the city of Delhi per se, but it needs to find a better synergy with the adjoining cities as well, as to how this balancing can be done, and probably an appropriate balance in terms of sustainable development is being achieved. So thank you very much for this session. Since the time is running out and we have the panelists for the next session, we'll take the questions later on. You can please send in your questions. For those who are connected with us online, can put their questions in the chat box, and we will respond to those questions through our panelists who would be be forthcoming to respond to your questions. So thank you very much for this session, and thank you for participating in this conclave, and we look forward to our association in the future. Thank you very much.
We would now like to conclude the session through the felicitation ceremony. I would request Professor Dr. Amit Hajela to kindly facilitate Shri Lavlesh Sharma and Shri Jacob, sir. Sir, Anirudh Gupta is present online, so I would request Dr. Amit Hajela to receive his memento. Big round of applause for all the panelists in the session chair. As we all know that we are a little constrained of time, so there's a little tweak in the program. So high tea would be at the end of the day after conclusion, and we would be continuing with our track 3, urban mobility. I now request MC for track 3, Assistant Professor Varish Panchal, to take over.
Thank you, Janisha ma'am. A very good afternoon, one and all. I, Varish, once again welcome all the participants and our eminent panelists in this session themed around urban mobility. We all know the significance of urban mobility and how it impacts the quality of life in cities in so many ways. New forms of urban mobility are part of perpetual debate, and we, in our quest, are trying to find a solution for urban mobility that aims to promote safer transportation that's more sustainable, competitive, and universal. In this track, we plan to discuss a comprehensive view of establishing these new forms by structuring the discussion around diagnosis of the current situation, setting goals, designing the measures to achieve these goals, and establishing the indicators for monitoring the actions to achieve innovative urban mobility forms. In this track, we'll be talking about agendas like eco-mobility and tactile urbanism, intelligent transport system, and last mile connectivity. To commence with, I would first invite all our panelists and our session chair on the dais. So we have with us Shri Purushottam Uttarwar sir, Dr. Pavan Kumar, Ms. Mitushri, Dr. Sevaram, who will be joining us online, and Mr. Abhinav Kumar. Sir, ma'am, please join us. I'd like to introduce our session chair for the track, Shri Purushottam Uttarwar. Sir is currently the advisor of Haryana Shahri Vikas Pradhikaran. He's also leading a team for preparation of draft master plan for Greater Noida 2041. His previous experiences include roles of senior expert to Indian Railway Station Development Corporation, additional commissioner and advisor to Delhi Development Authority for over 3 decades. He's also recognized for his contribution in unified building bylaws for would like you to take it forward from here and please begin the session.
Good afternoon, everybody. I can understand very long sessions, and I see young students here. And I teach at School of Planning and Architecture also. So I know post-lunch sessions are very difficult. So don't worry, we'll try to make it very interesting and two-way session. Okay, we will ask some question to you also at the end of session. So I think this will keep you awake. So jokes apart, I am very much thankful to Professor Amit Hajela and Summit University for inviting. And this is a very dear topic to me, urban mobility. And as a student also, you must note down the mobility is a key word in urban planning today. Whether you practice on you or yourself, or you are going for a job or a higher education, whatever the stream you have, architect, urban planning, transportation planning, but the urban mobility, because urban mobility includes the architecture, urban planning, transportation planning, land use planning, the private investments, PPP models, form-based codes for urban design, and whatnot. I'm working with railways for 5 years. Now I'm advising Haryana government and the UP government from transit-oriented development. So this is a very, very important topic and very dear to me. So basically, being in Delhi for last 45 years in urban planning process, I would like to deal with history of national capital region and the mobility, etc. So as a student, you must be interested into this, how the planning starts with it. It's like a doctor. You must know the history and legacy of any plan, any town or any city. Unless that, you cannot go ahead. So the first master plan of Delhi has proposed national capital region to reduce the migration to the Delhi and to reduce the burden on Delhi. And that proposed national capital region, they said you create self-contained centers here and there, etc. And that time, a conceptual plan of Noida also came up along with Delhi's land use plan. But that was basically a land use model. But it didn't work as the land use is a state subject. They were doing on their own, and the central government was doing on their own. Delhi, UP government were not acting in one unison. So first, when Delhi Master Plan proposed, it was prepared by the Ford Foundation and TCPO team. It was a wonderful document. Those who are planning students, they must see the first Master Plan of Delhi, 1962, and that is the Bible of planning in India. So in 1965, Government of India established NCR Board, National Planning Board. So again, they prepared a land use plan, which was not working. The idea of holding back people in a region did not work out. So what should it be done? By that time, Delhi Master Plan suggested to have a transportation network. They said LRT, Light Rail Transit System, which was to replace the trams, etc., or a road-based trans system. And accordingly, land use model was again followed by transportation model. Now there is a drastic change. This is the first transportation model, and then land uses fall in a place. Transit-oriented development along the transit. That is what happened with metro. That is what is going to happen with rapid rail, Delhi to Meerut, Delhi to Jaipur and other cities. Land use is based on the availability of transit nodes and transit network. So that is the major difference. Now town planning students and architecture students must understand the land use plan is not so important, but the transit plan or transportation plan is important. Land use, you will follow the transportation plan. Best example is Yamuna Expressway, Xavier Airport master plan done by ADA. You can see that is on online. The type of land use categories they have introduced very different, and this land use categories suits to the business model, because investment by private sector in urban transport has become essential. Government cannot do it. So first time after the metro was introduced in Delhi, it was extended to Gurgaon, it was extended to Noida and Greater Noida. And then by that time, planners, the government realized urban mobility, transportation is a first stage. After that, the mobility of the people. The person working in Gurgaon can live in Noida. A person working in Noida can live in Gurgaon or any places. It's a matter of only traveling by time. If you are follower of news feed from your this thing, today the celebrity like Hema Malini has traveled from metro in Mumbai for her residence to the studio somewhere in Dahisar. Now she says by road it takes 2 hours. By metro I have traveled by half an hour. If high-end people, celebrities can transport, that is the power and importance of urban mobility. So coming back to the history and legacy, then the master plan for Delhi and the National Capital Region Board proposed a regional transport. but that time it was looking like it's not possible. But when the metro was successful, then yes, regional rapid rail was also possible. And the government established NCRTC, National Capital Region Transportation Corporation. That was a subsidiary by the states, central government, and then PPP model came up. So now the rapid rail is a reality. First phase will be probably start from Ghaziabad to Meerut in a month or two. And that is elevated underground. And along that, we are proposing, the NCRTC has proposed a very large area under transit-oriented development. So along the transit-oriented development means high density, mixed-use land use. People can live there without car. You come, take up your transit, go to the work, and there will be vertical mixes. People can stay on a top floors. There is a nursery school on the first floor, and there is a grocery shop on the ground floor. So mother can go to the nursery school, drop a child, buy a milk, and go home without making any vehicular trip. That will save the pollution, environment. Pollution will be reduced, and there are many advantages of this. So efficient transportation network is now key to the success. Then transit, our traditional land use model has created a peak at the center. Connaught Place, highest land values. When we came here at Delhi in 77, people used to live on the first floor of Connaught Place, Khan Market, and many such, the mixed land uses were there. The moment property prices have gone out, people are pushed on the outskirts. So now this pyramid can be counterbalanced by the mobility. People can afford a house in Meerut, suppose say, already prices have gone up. He can stay nice 4-bedroom house in Meerut, and within 30 minutes or 40 minutes, he can travel to Delhi, work and go back. So the work-life balance is there, play, work, travel, and leisure. All these things, what is planning's measure for Chandigarh, etc., is now a reality. Then coming to the integration of last mile connectivity, that is another important thing. So most of the stations are emerging as a multimodal integration stations. On a top floor or a higher floor, there will be railway, RRTS, or on the other floors, there will be integration with bus. There can be cabs, IPT, and all kind of vehicles will be. Since I was involved with the railways planning, I can tell you about Sarai Kalekha railway station, RRTS stations. Now, in one building, there is a ISBT. Existing ISBT will be integrated. Metro station is there. It is being connected to Nizamuddin railway station. And again, all type of vehicles, the app-based taxis, three-wheelers, the interstate buses, all will be available in a seamless manner. So there is no chaos. All separation of existing and departing passenger is also there. So I will keep it very brief. I think now this is what I have to say about it. And this is all made possible by information technology. The government has already launched a metro card, which can be used everywhere, anywhere. Then there are app-based taxis, air travel, all travels can be now integrated with the help of app. So traditional land use model now will follow the transportation model. That is the biggest change we will see in urban planning. So three things are very important in urban mobility. You need to make a place for private investment, PPP models. So what is important in planning now? Mobility, value capture finances, transit-oriented development, and last mile connectivity. So these are the keywords. As a student, you must note it. And now I invite other speakers. They are very distinguished in their own field. So I think we can start with Pawan Kumarji. Yeah, Pawan Kumarji. He's a urban planner.
Sir, allow me to introduce. First of all, thank you, sir, for setting a wonderful tone to this session. And I'll introduce Dr. Pavan Kumar. He's an architect, town planner, having his bachelor degree in architecture and master degree in town planning and PhD in transportation. He's an alumni of NIT, IIT, and SPA. At present, he has been working as Associate Town and Country Planner in Town and Country Planning Organization, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, New Delhi. He has about 25 years of professional experience in the field of architecture, town planning, disaster management, transportation, etc. He has authored more than 100 technical papers, which have been published in various international and national journals. He has also authored 10 chapters on different topics in books of national and international importance. He visited many overseas countries for training as well as presentation for his research work. Over to you, sir.
So you press right. This one. This one. Yeah, that's all.
Thank you to the Amit University. Privileged to come to the any academic institutions because long back we are the part and parcel of the academic institution as a students. Whenever I come to this type of the academic institutions, we always try to bring those topic which needs more research so that the good policy decision, good policy guidelines can be prepared. So whenever I come this type of the institutions, we always have that type of the presentation so that the student can get more benefit. Since the topic that is the intelligent part, I would just say God had created the man with all the wisdom and knowledge. The best creation of the God is man. But when the human intelligence started to reduce, artificial intelligence started to come. And this artificial intelligence overcome and that become the intelligent intelligence. And nowadays, same type of things happen in the transport also. The person who is sitting in the driving seat have the best brain on this planet. But now this best brain is controlled by the computer systems known as the intelligence system, artificial intelligence system. When this type of the system started to evolve and come in the picture and take the overrule the human beings, of course, intelligence system develop, but the orientation and the research needs specifically to solve the problem. One human brain can solve so many problems, but one machine can't solve all the problems. And today, nowadays, we are totally dependent on the artificial intelligence system, machine learning, and that's why the chaos on the road is a very serious one. We just see what are the various issues that is required nowadays. First thing is the driverless public transport system. In Delhi Metro, these things the things are so distant, so far away. Anyhow, in Delhi system, in Delhi Metro, one line is totally driverless and people are enjoying all these things. But due to this intelligence, the Delhi Metro had come from the 4th rank who are using the driverless train operation. But recently, one research paper was published. Can you make the bus system driverless? Metro, you can understand. We have the tunnels, we have the dedicated corridors, we have the best technology in hand, and that's why the driverless metro can run. And now the Delhi Metro is the 4th rank in the world. It is possible in the Indian condition, the bus system become the driverless. That needs research. That needs research by the academic institutions, particularly those students who are doing the master and bachelor degree. This is the good topics from the research can be done, the thesis can be done, and good technical paper can be produced. This research paper I just quoted from here, in this paper they just try to make the comprehensive understanding when the whole bus system is the driverless, then what type of the infrastructure and what type of the interaction with the surroundings are required. So that's why Amit is one of the institutions in the architecture, planning and the design. That is one of the area where we can evolve more concept so that we can achieve the intelligent transport system on the road. Second thing is transport infrastructure based on 5G and 6G. Now the 5G mobile is in our pocket, but the infrastructure that is developed along the road, maybe the physical and the digital, particularly the digital one, the communication between these two systems, infrastructure part and the 5G and 6G, whatever the data speed is required, that is very, very important. Suppose something mishappening happened just due to the fraction of second. So that communication is very, very important, and how the interrupted service can be provided. In this illustration, we have just seen no automation to full automation. In between, there is a 4 and 5 steps are mentioned here, and that is also a dynamic field where more dynamic research is required to get the intelligent transport system. The second, then, that is the how the communication between the system as well as the data speed, that is the very, very important. Anytime the air traffic, they just cut out from the tower, generally there is a mishappening always happen. As long as the communication system is running proper way, things are safe. Otherwise, things happen. So once you talk about the intelligent transport system, public transport system, that is the another area where the research is required. Third one is vehicle operating system and the artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence helps in so many ways. But recently one research paper has come and that highlight close theory in artificial intelligence. What happened? This we have seen so many TV news in the Russia-Ukraine war. What are the things happening? The missile they just launched from one country to another country. There's so many iron bombs that is prepared by the Israel. And suddenly so many drones comes just to destroy the 50 lakhs rupee drone. 1 crore missile is coming there. Cost-wise not effective, but at the same time, something missed by the target, and that is going to hit to the settlement. Similarly, nowadays, artificial intelligence is helping in the operation of the public transport system and other transport system. But this research paper says recently, no, nowadays artificial intelligence system could not understand the behavior of the machine, vehicle and the road users, particularly in the developing country where the behavior is not well understood. It means one way, we are all the time we're beating the drum, the artificial intelligence can help us in the public transport system, that is fine. But what about this system could not understand the behavior of the man and the vehicle on the roads? So this research paper just recently coming out, and this research say like that is the area where the artificial intelligence should understand the behavior of the vehicle as well as the road users on the road. Another important area is the rooftop electric vehicle charging station. Electric vehicle charging station, lot of things in our NCR and the Delhi and across the country, the things are happening. But nowadays, that another issue has come. Mobility always needs energy, and energy comes from either from fuel technology or battery technology. And both are challenging nowadays. But recently, one example is set up in the NCR in the Delhi. They put up the 2 electric vehicle charging station, that is a rooftop solar station. That is the important one. Do we understand what is the mechanism? In the daytime, they are getting the sunlight. In the night time and the cloudy times, they are getting the electricity from the grid. So these are the simple mechanism advantage we can understand. That is a reduction in the carbon footprints and the reduce to the demand of the electricity. So these things you understand. But the most challenging task of the whole system is that really it is a cost effective compared to the conventional charging station. In Delhi, 2 stations have been established by the BSEY there, and just recently in the newspaper. So that we should understand, that is another area. Where the solar charging electric stations are required. And the cost is again the issue. Battery technology, another issue. But in spite of this thing, the further research, further things that can help us to establish this type of the intelligent transport system. Recently, the government of India has passed the policy, made the policy that is the scrapping and the vehicle end of life policy, that is 2021, in which all the old vehicle can be scrapped. And finally, the whole things can becomes in the form of this type of things. Again, important thing is impact of circular economy due to this policy. This policy. We go to the IIT and ITSP many times, but thesis topic that is related to this one, what is the impact of circular economy due to the scrap policy in India? What is the things taken? Any good case study make us understand to do that. So that makes also our system more impact. So these are the only some topics I would like to share with the students, particularly when doing the master degree and the PhD. These are the area where we can take the things. Go ahead, and that can make our system more sustainable, smart, and intelligent, we can say. Thank you very much. Thanks about kindness.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm sure students will find some very interesting topics to dwell with and do research on. Allow me to introduce Ms. Mitushri, who is a transit architect and construction manager. She is a former deputy chief architect NCRTC. She has over 20 years of experience in various government projects and has been associated with many private construction giants. Some to cite would be Hyderabad Metro Rail, DMRC, RRTS, NCRTC. She has spent about a decade working in L&T tourism construction and about 11 years in metro rail industry. She has also been an auditor and counselor for green metros in Kolkata, Noida, Delhi, Chennai, Bangalore, and other green cities where green credit through IGBC was done. She received various felicitations from the ministry and is a well-acknowledged professional who's currently taking up consultancy jobs in various platforms. We welcome you, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you, Harish. It's so good to see all of you here. Amity University, the management, the teachers, Hajela sir, who was my guide in architecture. I can have never declined his offer to come here. And there's such a nice platform to, educate people and to learn from the students as well, that what are their thinking process and what is urban mobility about. When we were doing architecture, that was the time when this concept had just started taking place. Metro had come in 2002 under the leadership of E. Sridharan sir. And now you have actually been using the system. So you are well familiar with the concepts of metros, how it operates, and you can actually easily connect with it. I would like to, sir, both the sirs have built a very good pace. Sir has talked about TOD and NCRTC, metro, regional trains, everything. I would just like to touch a little bit of history part of it and the kind of new intelligent systems which are coming to transportation to deal with the transport issues. I would like to just start with few sentences that all of us have been using so often. Hello, bas pahunch hi raha hu. A person is telling this over call after every 5 minutes, but he's not able to reach its destination. The water pipeline got damaged. Some service is happening because of which I am stuck. पता नहीं और कितने घंटे लगेंगे. वो फ्लाईओवर बन रहा है ना, तो ट्रैफिक डाइवर्जन किया हुआ है. So, more serious scenario, ambulance siren is heard, but it is unable to carve out a way on the busiest of road. 18 नंबर की बस का टाइम तो हो गया पर अभी तक आई नहीं. मेट्रो स्टेशन तो दूर है, वहां तक पहुंचने के लिए कैब नहीं है और कैंसिलेशन हो रही है. You think all of these captions, all of these things are leading to an additional stress of a very regular human being who wants to reach his destination and in spite of having systems in place is not able to make it up on time. So on and so forth. Going back to 1800s, where Tongas were the main transport in intercity scenario, 1900s saw electric cars, automobiles, railways. 1950s, the highways and urban sprawls. But 2000 and onwards, mobility, urbanization, and mobility. Cities in India are witnessing fast growth in number of personal motor vehicles, with severe congestion and pollution being the more visible manifestation of the growth. These are the burning topics of the time, burning issues of the time that all of us are facing. Urban mobility is not just characterized by the mass transportation that we are using. It is also characterized as a mix of individual transportation that we use, mass transport, as well as freight corridor, free transportation, all put up together. Urban mobility means traveling distances in lesser time with ease, switching modes of transportation with ease. They should be economical and punctual, and there should be no traffic jams and holdups, and which is definitely linked with the happiness index of the city. This happiness index of the city and all the urban mobility parameters are so much related to each other. Way back in 1992, United Nations through Earth Summit Rio in Brazil and later Paris Agreement in 2015, realization on serious problems like climate change and corrective action were brought into action. From then, India has taken over a lead from that time, understanding the goals of SDGs, aligning the government policies to it, as well as designing the guidelines in education institutions for urban contexts at the student level itself, where they automatically groom themselves as decision makers and contributors in providing the solutions. Ministries like Mahua, which governs the metro rail fraternity, have been instrumental in providing the backbone to the much faster and affluent means of transportation. It laid the importance to core infrastructure, quality life, clean environment, retrofitting, redevelopment, and city extension in greenfield development. Urban transportation policy in 2006 gave a totally new dimension to the metros. Here are quick statistics. 1984, Kolkata was the first city to plan a metro service. 2002, under the leadership of Mr. Metroman of India, Mr. E. Sridharan and Mr. Mangu Singh, DMRC, started its first operation between Shadra and Tisazari with 25 kilometers. It was a first milestone in history of metro rails in India, and then there was no looking back. From 2014 till date, there have been a lot of nodal cities from where the satellite cities are being planned to connect. And so is RRTS, NCRTC, the rapid rails, which is connecting the satellite cities with the nodes. 1700 kilometers of networking in over 27 cities is being targeted in year 2025. And today, when the Delhi Metro ridership have crossed 85 lakhs per day of mark, PHPDT data, we all know that metro rails have come to the rescue of commuting needs. Coming back to the intelligent solutions, intelligent transportation system, MMI is really very important integral part of any transportation urban mobility parameter, where last mile connectivity and passenger experiences and seamless interchange between various mode of transports is a very important issue to be addressed to. The reducing of carbon footprints through using of sustainable modes of transport, flexibility of different financial models that metro rails follow. That is the central, the financing which comes from center, the combination from center and state, as well as from PPP modes. Like the first PPP mode of Indian metro rail was in Hyderabad Metro. Here, the transit-oriented development gave the financial viability. Improved imperability means on the same track, the same standard gauge, the metro can also run, as well as freight corridor will run when the peak hours are not there or when the regular metro time is not, it's not operational within that. Make in India policy, where rolling stocks are locally manufactured in companies like BML, PSU of Ministry of Defense, Alstom in Sri City, AP and Savli, taking progressive increase of 60% of local share, local procurement, this leading to Atmanirbhar Bharat. Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji said, vocal for local should be a mantra of every Indian, and Metro Rail is following this particular thing. They are going local. Alternate intelligent urban transport modes are RRTS, as you all know, but other transports which we have never thought in our childhood that so these transports can also be a mode of transport are Metro Light, Metro Neo, Water Metro are also in pipeline. Ropeways on cable propelled transit CPT system means the transport companies like Doppelmayr, which have come from Australia, and they have started understanding and realizing that where right of way and carriageways are constrained, road transport traffic jams are constrained, we can go over to the ropeways and connect with as a last mile connectivity option. Water transport, like in Kochi Metro, they are using a lot of terminals, electric boats, pontoons, solar roofs, dredging, and providing an excellent solution for decongestion on roads. No large infrastructure costs and visual barriers of viaducts is required. Traveling experience is also in scenic environment. Water transport is successful where availability of backwaters is there. The national waterways of India is about 4,500 kilometers with 15 states served. Think how much of a potential will these waterways have. Potential lies in the cities like Goa, Varanasi, Kolkata, Mumbai, and many more. Intelligent transport doesn't just means travel from metro rail with a maximum design speed of 90 kilometers per hour, RRTS of 180 kilometers per hour, to bullet trains or Shinkansen of 320 kilometers per hour, maglevs of 430 kilometers per hour, and recently Flux Jet proposal unveiled in Canada, Toronto, was with 1,000 kilometers per hour vacuum tube train, which competes with airplanes and not metros. It is also more to do. The intelligent transportation systems is more to do with the fast evolving technology and adaptability that has been adopted in India as well and is undergoing many inventions. Common data environment, CORDS, continuous operating reference navigation based stations where physical dependency on the ionosphere and distance doesn't matter, and manual surveys to the precision level of plus minus 5 mm are being talked about. BIM, building information modeling software used across all system-wide contractors, prefabrication, pre-engineered buildings, etc. provides high-frequency operations and more reliable commuting. To sum up, after 75 years of independence, when average Indian is 7 times better in terms of per capita income, increasing affordability to buy individual vehicles is increased. The relative share of public transit ridership is declining because of increase in the personal usage of the vehicles, private vehicles. There is usually a reciprocal relationship between private vehicle ownership and the use of public transit. Areas of high personal vehicle use may impair the development of public transit systems since the personal transport is dominant. This system will be very, very effective when people will say yes to take public transportation systems. They will not mind walking across half a kilometer extra to contribute in reducing the footprints, the carbon footprints, and making this as an effective mode of urban mobility. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So we've had a very interesting insight about intelligent transport system. Now let's take the discussion towards last mile connectivity. And for that, we have with us Professor Dr. Sevaram. He'll be joining us online. Meanwhile, we also have with us Mr. Abhinav Kumar. He's a transport planner with 10 years of experience in carrying out traffic studies for public transport infrastructure, bus, rail, and transport, and highways, including due diligence, feasibility, DPR, ridership estimation, citywide mobility planning studies for government agencies and private concessionaries. Sorry. Transport modeling is his area of interest and expertise, which includes market surveys for mode choice, citywide models for comprehensive mobility plans using Cube, Voyager, and ArcGIS. Now, he has a good experience of bus route rationalization, multimodal integration, and feeder system planning. He is currently employed with NCRTC to assist multimodal integration planning, feeder, last mile connectivity planning, feasibility and DPR studies for various rail-based feeder transit systems and planning for future extensions of RRTS network in the NCR. So welcome, sir. I'd like to invite you here on the dais. You can start.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank MIT University on behalf of NCRTC for inviting a representation and hearing us on our views, what we are doing. I'll be basically speaking about, like everybody has already talked about, what is urban mobility and how it has come up in an urban form. But like I'll be talking about more about the NCRTC and how NCRTC is actually implementing last mile connectivity at our stations, at these stations of RRTS corridor. So NCRTC, as sir has already, Purushottam sir has already explained, like he told us that NCRTC was formed as a subsidiary of government, where government of India with and along with its participating states, which are Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Delhi, having each 12.5% share in the whole investment on this RTS system. We'll have a corridor, like we'll have a network of 270 kilometers in our first phase, and which will have 3 corridors connecting Delhi to Meerut, Delhi to Panipat, and Delhi to Alwar. On all of, like as he also told us, that we are actually going to phase out our first 17-kilometer section from Sahibabad to Duhai, which has around currently we have 5 stations on that corridor, and subsequently we'll expand it towards Meerut and towards Delhi on either sides, so to have a complete corridor length of 82 kilometers running by June 2025. We are hopeful to get it operationalized by then. In terms of last mile connectivity, I would first like to give an emphasis on the multimodal integration, which last mile connectivity is already like it's an integral part of multimodal integration itself, where we have actually formed a strategy, because for us the main concern is our ridership, and last mile connectivity is essential to gain that ridership on our RRTS corridor. So if we try to want to understand what is last mile connectivity is, like there are 3 segments of a trip. When you start from a home to a destination, to your office or your school or your college, so there is a main haul trip, and there is an access and dispersal part of the trip. So there are 3 legs of the trip. Main haul trip is from where, like, you will just board a station, your originating station, and where you will get down. So that is the main haul trip, which will be taken care of by the RRTS system, by the or MRTS system, let's say. So that is the main haul trip. Now, for the last mile connectivity, the access part of the trip and the dispersal part of the trip needs to be planned. It is not that in everywhere, wherever we have this main haul trip, main haul transit system is there, access dispersal trip has already been like coming up through their organic. It grows organically. Actually, there it is because it's a business for people. So they will definitely come. There will be some e-rickshaw pullers will come, hand rickshaw pullers will come, cycle rickshaw pullers. We have already seen all these kinds of feeder systems which have come up in the cities. But the problem where these systems are facing issues is that they are unorganized. There is no, and they are operated by different operators. There is not a single operator which can actually manage their operations. There is no amalgamation of the information of their operations. what time will they run, what frequency will they run, and there are safety issues obviously because there are different operators there is no control over their operations, and there is no control about they don't have a designated route. Although these days they have actually organized through unions and through the intervention of the local police authorities, they have actually tried to bring down that chaos lower, but still it is unmanaged as of now. So NCRTC has taken a lead. They have actually tried to amalgamate, they have tried to organize this last mile connectivity, and they have taken a step to call these service providers, different feeder service providers, to come on board with NCRTC, join hands in terms of the planning of the operations and the space planning also. So in that way, where we are doing multimodal integration, we have actually provided a physical spaces for them to stand. Like currently they are standing on roads and they have been organized, they are haphazardly parking their vehicles on the road and creating congestion. So in that way, we are trying to, through our multimodal integration scheme, we have provided designated spaces at all these stations, which we haven't like seen so far in different urban mass transit systems, because mass transit systems are placed in a city. Like if I talk about DMRC, they have the whole entire system is within the conurbation of Delhi itself, which is already very it's populated, it is congested. So the price of the land is very premium over within the cities. But this RTS corridors are actually, they are connecting different sparsely populated cities which are located around 80 kilometers, as you know already. Then that the NCR has grown up to Karnal now in the north and Muzaffarnagar in the east. Similarly, it has gone to Bharatpur, has been added now, and in the west it has gone up to Charkhi Dadri. So since the NCR has expanded, so and these are the cities which are located sparsely. So there we have actually got the stations which are placed in the rural areas also, where the land cost is low, and we are able to get some land to accommodate these holding spaces for these last mile connectivity service providers. So for this, we have devised a strategy actually for last mile connectivity. So it is not only the e-rickshaws or auto rickshaws which come into play for this last mile connectivity. Walk is a very important feeder last mile connectivity, so where does the walk actually imply? Walk can actually be, it is possible, as we all know, that up to 500 meters, if a station in the near about vicinity of 500 meters, if you provide good access to these stations through footpaths, or if there are good signages through good information system, there are wayfinding amenities are there. Walk actually proves to be a very good transport. It's a good non-motorized transport system. Similarly, cycling zone, which caters up to 5 kilometers radius of these transit stations. Paratransit come into play where the distance is around 10 kilometers, like 5 to 10 kilometers. Paratransit modes can come up. Then the third category is the buses, where which goes up to 15 to 20 kilometers for a last mile connectivity. So that kind of feeder modes we have identified, and we have actually had MOUs. We are trying to have MOUs with these service providers. We have invited them through EOIs, and we are trying to have them on board through MOUs, and we have already identified at all our 5 stations. We have identified a network of feeder systems based on different categories of these modes that I just listed down, and we have devised an operation plan, devised a frequency, and we are also giving them spaces to hold wait for some time, so that people can actually who are deboarding and boarding from the metros, from the RTS stations, they can actually just grab on to the service providers, and they can just play away without waiting and without negotiating with the service with these feeder service providers that how much cost will you take, how much. So it is all fixed. The cost is fixed, and the entire information has been. We are trying to get the entire information about the routes, about their operations on a single app, where people can actually book their feeder right before the trip is being started. So that's the kind of interventions that NCRTC has taken. So by this, we are also meeting the sustainable development goals that we have, like in terms of the infrastructure and innovation, the sustainable cities, the agenda number 11 of the SDG, and the climate action. So if we if our entire thing gets successful, we can have a reduced congestion. Subsequently, reduced congestion will actually help us to decrease not only traffic but also help us to reduce the carbon footprints on the road when we are actually trying to get the car users on board on shifted to public transport, and we can create a sustainable ecosystem. Apart from these measures that we have taken, I would also request any of the students, if they have any ideas which they have there in their mind, and we can implement it on our RT system, they are more than welcome to share it with us. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights. Now, I'd like to invite, and it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Seva Ram, sir. He'll be joining us online, who is at present professor and the head of the department, Transport Planning, School of Planning and Architecture, Delhi. At present, he is co-convener of H1 Committee or IRC. Dr. Ram has experience of more than 22 years before coming to academics, where he has worked on transportation engineering in SIDCO, Navi Mumbai. He was a member of International Draft Committee of Formulation of Combined Resolution of United Nations Center for Regional Development, UNCRD. Member of Technical Core Group of TCPO on formulation of URDPFI guidelines. Leader of Transport Group for Technology Need Assessment TNA for habitat sectors that became milestone for benchmarking for Paris Declaration, to name a few. To his credit, he has several international and national research publications and presentation, and he has been invited by many recognized body. We are glad to have him here today. Yeah, I think. Sir, if you can hear us, you need to unmute. We can see you, sir, in the meeting. Yeah. I think he's facing some technical glitch. He may join us maybe later sometime. So I'll now hand it over back to Uttarwar sir, and maybe he can just summarize the session for us.
Hello. Very, very interesting session, and I'm happy to chair it or happy to be a part of it. As a student, it must be overburdening to you, but this is what the future lies ahead of you. Professor Pawan Kumar, Dr. Pawan Kumar, is highlighted the role of artificial intelligence We all are familiar with artificial intelligence. Now that is in our phone. Everywhere it is there. So artificial intelligence, he made the 4 or 5 very important points. That is driverless bus or metros being introduced, more accurate, less prone to the accidents. Then transportation infrastructure based on 5G and 6G, that is speed, that will increase the speed of decision making, transportation network, and the way we will travel in future. Vehicle operations based on the artificial intelligence, rooftop solar EV and charging stations. This is very important. At standalone charging stations, who is going to manage, who is going to charge the electricity energy? So solar rooftop on charging station is a very good idea. Scrapping and recycling of old vehicles, that will save the environment and circular economy, etc. And second distinguished speaker, Nitushri, I think Dr. Professor Nitushri. So she also made a very interesting observations and a very good learning for all of us. So what I liked most was her 3 or 4 points. That is the MMI, multimodal integration, how and why it should be there. The last mile connectivity, carbon footprints, the financial models. Now, urban planning is totally dependent on a private investment, whether it is a road, whether it is a water supply, sewage. In fact, I don't know, most of the urban planning school at post-graduation level has introduced this subject. There is a transit-oriented development. There is also TDR, transferable development rights. By selling floor space index or ratio, the urban development can make money. That's something unheard, was not possible 5 years back, but Mumbai and many cities are making money on that, and that can be invested in infrastructure. Then transit-oriented development, yes, make in India policy. The ropeways, yes, this is a wonderful method now we have available, very successful in Brazil, I believe. You can travel over the very crowded buildings, and it's very cheap, I mean affordable, and it can go in a straight line. So that is the biggest advantage. It saves time and traveling distances also. Water metro is the reality in Kochi, I believe. Kochi it is believed. And then, of course, speed of the metros is going to increase, maybe up to 1,000 km per hour. The other softwares are helping BEAM, and many other softwares have come up, which can help us to operate these systems very, very intelligently. Third and most important presentation, Abhinav Kumar, he was talking from his practical experiences and what NCRT is planning to do, and very, very innovative and at least very learning for me also, one who is in the practice of urban planning. Good initiative is you have taken on board all the last mile connectivity stakeholders and the providers, and you are making it almost compulsory by giving incentives to them come to the station, provide parking spaces, free parking spaces, or maybe some. And third important thing he talked about, the first last mile connectivity is walking. Second, last mile connectivity is cycling 5 kilometers. And third is buses, 15 to 20 kilometers. And they are making MOUs. Sometimes it's very easy to make policies, but it's very difficult to implement. So policies are there, implementation is there. So this is a very, very heartening situation. They have identified the network which can be utilized for last mile connectivity, and giving them spaces also, dedicated spaces at the railway stations. This will also help in building sustainable cities, climate mitigation, and reduce the congestion on the roads. So these are the very, very important points as far as mobility is concerned, transit-oriented development is concerned. The type of land use patterns we are going to have in future, the cities we are going to have future. This is what I think very important conclusion I could make today. And if there is a time, there can be some questions from students. The question, the student which asks question will get 10 marks extra in assignment. I can announce on the behalf of HOD. He's laughing means he's accepted. Yes, otherwise I will select the students. Who volunteers? Okay, 15 marks extra. Okay, someone in red dress there? Ask some question. You are not wearing white, so red is very striking color. You can come up here if you want. So introduce yourself. So sir knows room to give the extra mark. Please.
Hello.
Okay, we'll hold your question. Sevaram sir has joined.
Hello. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay. First of all, my apology. It's not my fault. It's not fault of MIT also. Technical fault as usual. So I wish I could have used my, but it is not allowing any kind of presentation, etc. But I will discuss it. Time is also lost, maybe for a few minutes, etc. I could hear some of the discussions when Abhinav was speaking. Okay. For me, the last mile connectivity, first mile connectivity, that depends upon the system. For an airport, it could be the metro. For RTS, it is certainly not only limited to pedestrian, because whenever you have a high-speed transport systems, your catchment area will increase, and the last mile connectivity and the first mile connectivity will also have an increase of the distance. Access and dispersal distance will also increase. So it also depends upon the system also. That is important. I could give an example of Kuala Lumpur actually, where you have got the different transportation system. You have metro, so the feeder line to that is monorail. And again, you can get into the BRTS, etc. Yes, in several cities, we are already working like that only. If you think of how could you approach to the railway stations or how could you go to the airport, airport has got a long distance travel. So the metro it can be considered as the first mile connectivity. Even the I would say the intercity travel can be considered as. So it also depends upon what the system is. But important rule that we develop in urban areas, I'm saying it now, not in the regional areas, that our planning should be in such a way that we have 2/3 as the main line and 1/3 as the access and dispersion. I gave another very interesting example. Initially, we had rapid systems. And then I would say this, not the rapid system, the system that we had it. In that case, somebody says in Gurgaon, it is not working because there is no feeder system. It was funny to observe that you have a distance of travel along the metro, so-called metro, 3 kilometers, and you are planning the feeder length of 11 kilometers. This is not justified. We don't know. Then it should be the other way. So it's an important point that we raise it here. when we do planning and design of this access and dispersal, it is a function of the system. Larger the spacing of the station, you will have more different type of the transportation system. Important thing is again not to be noticed that cost, affordability is one of the criteria. I only have one fear. I have one fear that the corridor of this RRTS that is going to come, particularly from the Meerut side, the market force will allow you to unfortunately develop or even penetrate the systems like which are far cheaper. Here the person is ready to bear the bear the loss of the comfort. They are going to, but they are not ready to compromise in terms of the fare. They will say, we will ₹5 le lo, kahin bhi bitha do, no problem. So that is the, one has to understand that kind of a system. And why not? Because this kind of segment that is traveling. But this important thing is again that if you do not provide a proper access and dispersal systems, the system is not going to work. I always give one good example how the metro started. When metro started, the first effort they have made, they have started their own actually the feeder system, feeder. So it used to go all around the stations and used to get the feeder trips and used to get the passenger back to the metro stations. And that was the confidence that you develop. Nowadays, what is happening, I don't know how many of you know it or not, that reliability of availability of the feeder system is also important. I may go to the stations at 11 o'clock in the night, but will I get a reliable, secured feeder system? That is a question mark. And if you can improve upon that, then will certainly improve the ridership, etc. also. Cost is one. I have enough examples of Seoul, Singapore, and the large number of cities which have worked on this. They have worked on the feeder system. Not to forget that sooner or later we have to come ahead with this kind of a common mobility card, where actually I say that if you travel from home to this is the from your home to the door, this is the transportation system we have got it. If you can get the transportation system, it will not only improve the ridership, but also indirectly provide comfort to the user and reliability. That's what we need it here. We have many examples of Delhi where like city, sub-city like Dwarka, where you are traveling to a distance of almost 30 kilometers. And there actually I could find even the feeder systems, my own car I'm going and I am parking at metro stations 21. So the question is that we planners somehow, we always get, only oriented around the feeder systems like auto or like other system, but not forgetting in some cases, it is our own car also, it is our own vehicle also, which is working as a feeder system. So that is also an important. Why not? Because somebody says, are you not encouraging? I said, let's not look at are you encouraging, you look at the other way. That 30 kilometer you're not driving, you're driving only a distance of 2 kilometers. Why are you driving? There is a reason for that. If somebody is getting the access to the metro stations by his car, it is not because that he's fond of traveling by car. It is because that he doesn't want to lose the time. He wants to get the mode immediately when he comes out. He wants to move at comfort. So this system is not available. That is why he's using that. In the night, what happens? I do not know. That is what the person starts doing. So the cost is one. The distance is one criteria. 2/3, 1/3 rule, that is a generic rule we apply, is another criteria. Travel time is another criteria. Not to forget about the catchment area. I would say that it is important that NCRTC actually develop a catchment area, and the catchment area will definitely change from the interchange stations to the normal station. It cannot be the same. At interchange station, it could be even much more, and that is what they have to plan it here. Yes, true. In fact, we were also involved in the study of the NCRTC, particularly in the so-called as the conceptual layout of the NCRT the station. And when we were planning and we designed, we were getting into the design, we thought that, as Abhinav was pointing out, that we do not want a system like this where you don't have an organized stop for IPT or organized stop this. So we actually have given priority on that side, that you will go by walk, or you will go by bus, or you will go by IPT. These modes will be closer to the stations, and the parking mode will be slightly away from that side, but that is also considered as it. If you ensure that no matter how you travel, you will be made to travel it here, you will reduce it here, and you will also reduce the environmental, the loss that you are otherwise creating into the pollution, etc. The system is expanding, and we are likely to have more such issues. Nowadays, the first and last mile connectivity, interesting, is not a subject of a planner or is not a subject of technocrat. Even the common people are talking about, politicians are talking about. And now I was sitting in one of this, and they said, give us one slogan. I said, you take one slogan from door to door. If you can ensure the mobility from door to door, and you can plan the system and design, you will win this race actually, because everybody is worried about how do I go. Footpath is becoming a question, and even if you have footpath, yeah, it has a lot of technical questions. Footpath is not walkable, walkability is not there. So that system is, I think, footpath is pedestrian access is only possible if you have a continuous dedicated, and we have successful examples of the Mumbai actually.
Sir, I think you are back on mute.
I don't know. This is the system is allowing me to mute and telling that it is your time. Time is up. Okay, no problem. I think you may be muting from your end and ask me the system to. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Hello.
Sir, we can hear you, but we weren't trying to mute you, sir.
No. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. It has disturbed my. I'm a very loudspeaker. So this I have today. My energy has only gone into correcting this technical problem. Anyway, not to speak more. So other speakers have already spoken. So that should be the day from my side. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I think to conclude this session, I believe everybody has learned a lot about some of the very pressing issues, things that on daily basis, all of us, we think about it, we face them on individual level, urban mobility, the last mile connectivity, and all the agendas that we have talked about, where the future is headed towards, talking about the intelligent transport systems and eco-mobility. So now to conclude this session, I would like to invite Dr. Professor Amit Hajela sir to felicitate our dignitaries. So we'll start with our session chair. Purushottam Uttarwar sir. Next we have Dr. Pavan Kumar. We have with us Ms. Mitushri. Abhinav Kumar. I would also request Professor Dr. Amit Hajela to receive memento in on behalf of Dr. Sevaram, since he is present online.
So thank you very much, Varish, for conducting this session brilliantly, and I'm grateful to all the audience for the patient listening, and I'm also very grateful to all the panelists, Mr. Uttarwar, for steering this session so well and bringing in some wonderful insights into this area of urban mobility, which is probably our daily interaction. And this is going to be a game changer for the next 25 years to come. So thank you all very much for joining in. And we look forward to having you tomorrow morning again for the rest of the other sessions, which will be equally as engaging as it was today. And I would invite you over to a cup of tea after this session. So thank you very much and have a good evening.
The student in red dress get extra marks, please. She did not ask any question, but please give the extra mark to her, showing courage. Okay. Thank you so much, students. All the best. Please, whatever the points are made, keep in mind. That will help you. Thank you very much. All the best.